cognate debate. The two of them are actually quite linked, and I would wish to seek the permission of the President to have a cognate debate on items on the order paper at 2 and 3.
The question is that we treat items number 2 and 3 as a cognate debate. Honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Billings, the ayes have it. Proceed, Senator Cummins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise on this occasion with perhaps a sense of occasion on the passage, on the introduction of these three bills. Mr. President, order number 2 is the order establishing, the resolution establishing the legislation for the creation of a civil aviation authority. And order number 3 speaks to subsidiary legislation under that umbrella legislative body, Mr. President, and that speaks to, in this instance, the creation of the Air Navigation Services and Air Investigation Services Unit. Now, Mr. President, Barbados for the last 30 years has functioned under the authority of an entity known as the Barbados Civil Aviation Authority Department. Barbados Civil Aviation Department. It is a department which falls under the umbrella of the Ministry with responsibility for international transport. And under that umbrella, Mr. President, that department treats to and regulates air traffic in and out of the country. Every aircraft that we see flying from the north coast along our south coast and landing at the Grant Adams International Airport, hereinafter I will refer to as the aerodrome, is regulated by the Civil Aviation Authority. Every aircraft, Mr. President, that takes off from the Grant Adams International Airport is regulated by the Civil Aviation Department. Now, there are a number of agencies that typically people do not see under the umbrella of the Civil Aviation Department, and I want to refer to what some of those agencies are. The Civil Aviation Department, which I just spoke to, manages and has been responsible for air traffic in and out of the country. Everything that happens in our airspace has been regulated by the Civil Aviation Department. Air traffic controllers, Mr. President, who communicate with pilots, air traffic controllers, Mr. President, who deal with our air information navigation system, and air traffic controllers that interact with other civil aviation authorities throughout the region, in particular in Trinidad and Tobago, PRCO, which has an oversight mechanism for our upper airspace. All of those things have been historically regulated under the Barbados Civil Aviation Department. In addition, Mr. President, you also have an entity known as the Air Transport Licensing Authority. Every aircraft that is able to fly in or out of Barbados that operates under what we call either 5th Freedom Rights or 7th Freedom Rights is licensed under the Air Transport Licensing Authority. Now, many times when people see the Ministry of Tourism and International Transport, they see visitor arrivals or they see aircraft at the airport, but I used to call the international transport section almost the stepchild of the ministry, because it is very often the entity that is not seen. And under the international transport, as it relates specifically to aviation management, the agencies to which I just referred, the BCAD and the Air Transport Licensing Authority, have an integral role to play in managing our air traffic systems. Now, Mr. President, I say all of that to put into context the fact that the Barbados Civil Aviation Department has been functioning outside of the provisions that are typically required at a best practice international level for international civil aviation. Now, much of what we do nationally is connected to what is required internationally. An aircraft flies from Barbados to St. Lucia, an aircraft flies from Barbados to London on a long haul trip, or an aircraft flies from here to Miami on a short haul trip. Those things are governed not by national regulations independently. One country meets the standard, another country doesn't meet the standard. One country works in a particular way, another country works in a different way. An aircraft flying from country to country is regulated largely under the provisions of an entity known as the International Civil Aviation Authority. It is headquartered in Montreal, Canada. And under the ICAO, which is what I will, organization, International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO. And ICAO, headquartered in Montreal, Canada, has responsibility for ensuring that international standards are, one, attained and then met. Now, Barbados found itself in an uncomfortable position over many years, where when I joined the Ministry of Tourism and International Transport in July of 2020, you have briefings when you join ministries, and the public officials prepare comprehensive briefs on all of the areas that you need to be aware of. And I remember vividly the brief that was presented to me at the time, and it said Barbados was due for an ICAO audit in 2019. And the recommendation from the Barbados Civil Aviation Department at the time was that Barbados should defer having an audit done in 2019 because Barbados had not been successful since 2016 and before in meeting all of the requirements for the audit. It was felt at the time in 2019 that there was a considerable body of work that needed to be done for Barbados to find itself in full compliance with the requirements for ICAO in order to meet the requirements and pass the audit. Now, the audit requirements are not set at a threshold for 50%. Who wants to have a 50% chance or 1 in 2 chance of meeting all of the requirements for an international aircraft, for an international flight? The threshold for the ICAO standards governed by these are the Chicago Convention standards, and they govern in a series of annexes what countries are required. The threshold, Mr. President, is 80%. A pass rate of 80%. It was felt in 2019, Mr. President, that Barbados needed to do a comprehensive reform of its aviation system in order to ensure that we could meet the requirements of the audit. Now, I'm sure that in a different incarnation in 2019, also in international transport, from a different perspective at the time, we had an IMO audit, International Maritime Organization audit, where on the maritime side, Barbados also had a rating that says we were not where we needed to be. In fact, in that instance, because the audit was not deferred, Barbados failed at the time, and we were not able to successfully meet the threshold prior to 2018 at the time. On that basis, Mr. President, a comprehensive body of work was undertaken from the maritime side for our maritime transport to meet the requirements of the IMO, and a comprehensive body of work was undertaken to meet our requirements for aviation. And so we have maritime transportation and aviation transportation all under the umbrella of international transport being treated to in a holistic and a comprehensive way to ensure that Barbados was positioned to meet the best available in the top available international standards. Now, ICAO has a membership of around 193 countries. The standards are outlined. There are a number of critical elements which are required of us, 8 critical elements in particular, and we are required to meet all of them. So what did the government of Barbados do? In 2019, Mr. President, having made that assessment, the government of Barbados undertook first and foremost to transition the entity to which I have earlier referred as the Barbados Civil Aviation Department into a civil aviation authority. That comprehensive reform process is what we are now culminating with here today in 2022. And I am very proud to have had the opportunity over the course of 2020 up to 2022 to have piloted that process of reform to the stage where we can now prepare to pass that legislation. Mr. President, in January of 2021, we brought in a series of consultants who would work with their specialist expertise, who had worked across the region and with ICAO on the establishment of similar entities for civil aviation. We have had 3 dedicated consultants working with Barbados over the last 2 years for the purpose of helping us to navigate the development of this authority and the drafting of this legislation. We're very appreciative also of the support of ICAO ICAO then, once we had a draft of the legislation, ICAO not only flew down their Vice President for the Americas, with whom I had the opportunity to meet and to assess how Barbados would be in a state of readiness, given the imminence of this legislation, and then what we would need in addition to be able to implement it. And I want to spend my time today in my presentation, Mr. President, speaking about what we need to be able to do to implement this legislation. Now, when we speak, Mr. President, about the importance of the legislation in the first instance and what it is required to do, it requires follow-up action. Now, Mr. President, the Civil Aviation Department, was required to do a range of things. But there were some things, Mr. President, that I want to point out that it was unable to do because it was not necessarily set up in a way that was allowing it to be able to implement these things. Some of the issues that were identified in the audit included these things: the absence of resources and sufficient aviation activity, thereby limiting the ability to establish sufficiently qualified personnel. In other words, Mr. President, if you have a medical doctor who does not have a day-to-day practice in his or her chosen discipline, and therefore they have not been in a position to build up the required level of expertise simply by repetition, seeing a range of cases, different scenarios, and then building up the ability to treat to different situations and different scenarios based on experience, then you have a capacity constraint. There were a number of operating regulations, Mr. President, that were not in place or were not aligned with ICAO standards. Those regulations are now incorporated in the draft that we have here. There was the absence of an appropriate system for certification and continuous surveillance of aircraft operators and the resolution of safety concerns. Mr. President, one of the consultants that we brought on board in January of 2021 was specifically for the purpose of dealing with the question of aviation safety. We have had an aviation safety expert working with Barbados on a day-to-day basis here over the last 2 years. There was also the absence of the assurance that air transport operations were conducted then in compliance with the ICAO standards that I have made mention of in terms of the various critical elements. And a number of these things we will speak about in a minute. There are also 6 areas that I want to raise that we had deficiencies in, that we had to isolate support for. Certification of air operators, aerodromes, aviation training organizations, and aircraft maintenance organizations. Now, Mr. President, your mechanic working on your car is not your mechanic working on your aircraft. The engineer who is used to working with chemicals is not your engineer who is working on your aircraft safety. There are very different disciplines, and so Barbados needed to build the capacity to ensure that we had the capacity to support management of aircraft operations here on the ground and so on. Now, I'll give you an example. A few weeks ago, Mr. President, I was traveling, and I'm sure many of us have had these experiences. I was on board the aircraft. We had boarded the aircraft. The aircraft had a slight delay at the gate. Before the aircraft taxied from the gate, the captain came on the PA system and he said, "We're having a bit of a difficulty closing the cargo hold." So we called for the engineers. And as soon as we can get that resolved, we expect in about 5 minutes, we'll be on our way. But about 15 minutes, we were on our way, Mr. President. And then we taxied down the runway, and it was in the dead of the night. It was 12 o'clock in the night or so. And we taxied down the runway. And then typically when you're on an international airport, you're usually on a queue, waiting to take off. So there are planes ahead of you. But there was nothing on the runway, Mr. President. Not a single plane besides us in front of us. So when the pilot pulled over to what I could at best describe in layman's terms as the shoulder of the runway. You know when you're on the highway, you have the car brake, and you pull over on the shoulder, the pilot pulled over. I said, okay, this is not a good sign. Something is wrong. The plane parked there. It was there for a few minutes, and a few minutes more, and then a few minutes more. Then you heard that sound, ding, ding. And you knew that was the pilot, the cabin calling the flight attendants, the cabin crew. I said, oh dear, something is wrong. Cabin crew got up. You're still parked on the shoulder of the runway, and next thing you know, you hear that familiar sound, click, click, seatbelt on buckling. Cabin crew gets up, and hustles to the back of the plane, goes back, hustles again. No one says anything. You're in this plane, but no one says a word. Then the plane starts to move again, and the pilot is chipping. But you know there's a process that you know you're accustomed to know. The plane comes to a stop, and then it picks up momentum, and then it goes and it's ready to take off. It wasn't doing that. It was just at a brisk chip. I said, something is wrong. This plane is going back to the gate. And so said, so done. Plane went right back to the gate. When I saw the aerodrome ahead, the airport ahead of me again, I said, okay, we're going back to the gate. But we weren't going to the gate, Mr. President. We went to an apron on the side. And the pilot stopped. He says, ladies and gentlemen, I guess you can see that we're not taking off at this moment. We've returned to the gate, but we don't have a gate. We seem to have a problem. And he said those magic words. He said, we seem to have a challenge, and it would not be safe for us to take off at this time. I was like, okay, problems now. So we sat. He pulled over, and he said, we are going to call the ground engineers. We're on the phone to the ground engineers, and we're calling in our engineers as well. And there were two ladies who were sitting over on the other side, and they said, well, safety first. They were quite comfortable to stay behind, and so everybody else said, safety first, and so we waited. But the confidence, Mr. President, that I had, that notwithstanding the fact that I was about to be airborne momentarily on a plane, and I wanted to make sure that safety genuinely came first, was supported by the fact that there were engineers on the ground who were skilled and competent and capable of resolving whatever the issue was before that plane became airborne. Quickly, they came, they brought the stairs, because they didn't even take us back to the air bridge. They took us to the gate, they brought the stairs, and the engineers hustled and came on board the plane. They powered down the plane, they did what they had to do, and then they came and they said, Mr. President, we're sorry, but we need to do some tests. And regrettably, I know it's not the news you want to hear, but we're going to have to disembark all of the passengers, and you'll have to take all of your belongings with you. So we had to get off the plane, they had to bus us back to the terminal, and we went into the terminal. Within about 2 hours or so, whatever the issue was had clearly been resolved, and they announced and they said, flight whatever is now ready for boarding. And everybody hustled to get back on the bus to get back to the plane. But we boarded the plane in the confidence, Mr. President, that the engineers who had been on the ground were adequately trained and adequately certified to have resolved whatever those issues were, so that by that time the plane hit the air, we were all safe, and the pilot was confident that it was now safe to take off, whereas it had not been before. A side story, Mr. President, is that the flight was supposed to take 2 hours. We were going from Spain to London, and the flight was supposed to take 2 hours. I swear that plane got there in about 1 hour and 15 minutes. I'm telling you. But having said it was not safe to take off, and having had the engineers working on the ground, every time that plane shuddered in the air, I said, okay, I'm holding on to my armrest. But it was really just the pilot breaking his speed limit, because he was trying to make back up time and get to Gatwick. So that's the kind of confidence that we want to be able to give to our international traveling public when they're moving from one location into the next, that there are skilled professionals on the ground in whatever jurisdiction capable of resolving efficiently and safely any and all issues relating to an aircraft. Especially, Mr. President, in an era where every single airline carrier will tell you that they do not have spare aircraft right now. When we talk about COVID, when we talk about what happened during the pandemic, Mr. President, what happened during the pandemic didn't just happen to some sectors and not others. The international transport was one of the most badly affected sectors globally. Airlines will tell you that production of aircraft slowed down, and so they are now awaiting the delivery of new aircraft. Airlines will tell you that because they had to lay off so many staff members during the pandemic when travel was almost at a standstill, that they were not in a position to scale back up fast enough. There was one destination, Mr. President, that said to us, they scaled back up immediately when they were allowed to fly again to 100% of their routes and 100% of their flights. the level of cancellations to all kinds of routes was so high that the government intervened and said, you are not to fly at more than 50% capacity of your original routes until you can ramp back up, until you can crew back up, until you can recruit pilots at a fast enough rate, until you can recruit crew members at a fast enough rate. You cannot fly all of the routes that you were planning to fly before. You also have instances, Mr. President, where you have airlines that will tell you, I have 100 planes sitting on a tarmac, but I don't have enough crew to crew them, so they can't fly, Mr. President. So the ability of a country and of an industry to have certified professionals is critical to air transportation and critical to our aviation sector. And so now we will see ICAO evolving in another 2 years. We expect, based on what is already in the pipeline, to have even crew members of international carriers also part of the certification system. So there is an extensive body of work and reform and certification that is required for international aviation. It is simply not just the process of getting on a plane and flying from point A to point B, or attracting a plane and having it parked here on the tarmac, getting on and getting off. It is our ability to be able to ensure the safety of that plane and therefore the safety of the bodies on that plane, including passengers and crew. And that is where, Mr. President, Barbados is going. And so the legislation that we have here now is of the 2007 vintage, the original Civil Aviation Authority legislation. It was amended once in 2019. Certainly, we had to make some changes at the time, but this now is a comprehensive reform of the overall legislation to ensure that we now keep pace with the various annexes of the Chicago Convention and we meet the ICAO standards. Now, once we started to do this work, ICAO then came alongside. ICAO did the following, and I want to publicly express the appreciation of the government of Barbados for the work provided, the support given by ICAO. ICAO came down here, their Vice President for the Americas, and I mentioned it briefly before, but I want to specify what they did. They sat with me and with the aviation team that we created, and they said, well, this is a whole lot of work. We're happy with Barbados that you're now at the stage where you actually have the draft of the legislation, but how are you going to implement it? And we said, but look, Barbados is not a jurisdiction that has a long history of people who are skilled in all of the critical elements and who have all of the full training in all of the critical elements. We will need support. If it is our ambition as well to attract additional carriers into the country, there are a number of areas in which we will need support. And ICAO said the following to me and the team. They said, okay, we expect that based on your timeline for passing the legislation, you will be in a position to have the audit done, having done all of the work within a period of 18 months. And I said to them, you know who my boss is? I report to a prime minister whose name is Mia Amor-Motley. You may have heard about her. She's microwave generation, even though she really isn't. Everything is urgent, everything is a priority, and everything must be done now. So 18 months is not going to work. And they said, what do you want to do then, Minister? And I said, what is the shortest time frame within which we could get this done if you were to give us technical assistance? And they said, we could provide you with technical assistance, and if we were to provide you with the technical assistance, which is the reason why this bill is important and timely to pass today, I'm hoping that we can count on the support of all of our partners, we will be able to get it done in 9 months. So from 18 months to 9 months, they said we can do it. I said, okay, so I want to do it in 9 months, but what do I need to do in order to get it done in the 9 months? They said, here's what we will do for you. We will send you a team of experts for a period of 3 years. They will start with you at the passage of the legislation. They will come down to Barbados. In the first instance, we will send 8 technical specialists. 8, not 1, not 2, not 3. We have had 3 since January 2021, and they helped us to get to this stage. But we will send, under the ICAO Technical Assistance Program, 8 professionals in a range of disciplines to train and build capacity in Barbados to enable Barbados to meet the 8 critical elements and to allow you to pass the ICAO audit in 9 months. And that is what ICAO committed to doing. In September, therefore, at the ICAO General Assembly, we had the opportunity and the privilege to sign a multilateral partnership agreement with ICAO, which allowed us to access and tap into that level of support. And once we are able to cross the hurdle of passing this legislation, those experts will be deployed to Barbados to stay in Barbados full-time to work with our teams here to build Barbados's capacity in civil aviation over, in the first instance, a 9-month period, and then ultimately working in each incremental stage over a 3-year period. That is a commitment that ICAO gave to Barbados, and I want to express our appreciation for that. In addition, we then contracted through the Grantley Adams International Airport a separate set of consulting professionals who were responsible for working with us on aviation safety. I do not have to say, Mr. President, I know all Barbadians saw the report in November of 2021 on that day, when we had an unfortunate incident where an item that should not have been able to clear the airport passed the airport and was reported in the international news that a plane originating in Barbados had this item on it. It was a weapon, it should not have been there, and it passed. So what was the response of the government of Barbados? Because aviation safety is critical. No one wants to be on an aircraft with a weapon that is possibly able to be used in a way that is not expected. We immediately, Mr. President, reached out, and we were thankful to have had persons in the government of the United States who were able to recommend professionals with whom we can work. And immediately after that incident, within weeks, Mr. President, we had a team of professionals who we contracted thereafter to the Grantley Adams International Airport, and they have been working with us ever since, specifically on aviation security. They constitute, Mr. President, professionals who are former TSA, former Customs and Border Protection of the United States, and former ICAO. They have been working a team of 3 professionals at the highest level of the Transport and Safety Authority of the United States, Customs and Border Protection of the USA, and ICAO, the entity that I have just mentioned. And they have been working with Barbados on our aviation security since last November, Mr. President. So you have aviation safety experts working with us since January 2021, aviation security professionals working with us since November 2021, and we now have today, in November 2022, Mr. President, the passage of this comprehensive body of legislation. But we did not stop there. Under the ICAO IPAV program, Mr. President, which is a technical assistance program specifically focusing on providing legal technical assistance, we also had a legal expert provided under technical assistance from ICAO. And they worked with us for a period of 8 weeks, Mr. President, to review the draft of the legislation alongside the CPC of Barbados to ensure that what we were crafting was in compliance with what ICAO expected. But we went even further then, Mr. President. So we didn't stop there either, Mr. President, because one of the ambitions that this government has had when it first made the policy decision in 2019 to establish the Civil Aviation Authority was that it would set a trajectory to propel Barbados into Category 1 status. And Category 1 status comes from the FAA of the United States, which opens up a whole new world for aviation for Barbados. What did we agree, Mr. President, when the Vice President for the Americas of ICAO came here? We agreed, Mr. President, that within that 9-month time frame, within which we would be working on getting to the 80% threshold with ICAO, that we would conduct and we would invite the FAA down to Barbados to do an interim review. And that interim review, which would say Barbados is now at 70%. 75% of where ICAO needs to be. And if they have met this threshold, where are the gaps for the FAA to ensure that we're also able to meet the Category 1 status, so that by the time we hit the 9-month time frame for ICAO, that we are already in compliance or near to compliance with meeting the FAA requirements for Category 1. That is the body of work that we have immersed ourselves in, Mr. President, on this aviation legislation over the last 2 years, and I am incredibly proud to have shepherded an incredible team to this stage where, Mr. President, we can now prepare to present this in a public space for passage by the Senate of Barbados. Mr. President, there is more. While in Montreal, Mr. President, there were so many countries that have seen the long journey that Barbados has taken. They have seen the steps that Barbados has taken, Mr. President, and they all pledged their support. And so we got offers of support from partners who included Singapore, who have made available to Barbados support for our International Civil Aviation Authority and its creation and the training of our professionals. We received support from the United Arab Emirates, Mr. President, who also agreed on an annual basis to provide Barbados with scholarships for persons who would go and train and return to work in our Civil Aviation Authority. We got support, Mr. President, from Malaysia. Malaysia also gave the commitment that we would collaborate. But closer to home as well, Mr. President, we also got the support of one of our regional neighbors, the Bahamas, with whom we have been working very closely over the last 6 months, so that in instances where Barbados needs to certify an aircraft and we do not have the technical skills here, that we will reach out to our neighbors in the Bahamas in particular, and we will be able to build capacity in order to be able to do that. Mr. President, it has been a long, collaborative journey of which we are incredibly proud. Now, Mr. President, when this legislation was first drafted, it included the two elements which are captured in the subsidiary legislation referred to in order paper in order number 3. It included civil aviation, the accident investigation unit. It included the air navigation services. Now, Mr. President, the ICAO legal expert, as well as the aviation security and safety experts, all made the recommendation that these two elements needed to be separated and separate and distinct from the Civil Aviation Authority. In essence, Mr. President, what would have happened if we had kept order number 3 included within the provisions of order number 2 would have been the Civil Aviation Authority effectively regulating and investigating itself. And so the Air Navigation Services, Mr. President, and the Accident Investigation Services Unit are now captured under separate legislation, which will not fall under the Civil Aviation Authority, but will fall under the authority of the Ministry with responsibility for international transport, and they will have a direct relation, but the two will report into each other, but they will be separate and distinct entities. Now, Mr. President, there has been a considerable amount of engagement also with the public service of Barbados on the creation of posts to allow for us to staff these authorities. And I want to take a moment to recognize the extraordinary hard work that has been done by our air traffic controllers. There is a need, Mr. President, and this is one of the things that will come as a policy outcome from the government of Barbados in due course. There is a need for a further investment in our Civil Aviation Authority as it relates to air traffic control and our air traffic controllers. Our equipment is in need of an upgrade. There's capital works, our capital expenditure that is needed in terms of our Civil Aviation Authority, the tower for air traffic control, and the investment in technology upgrades as well. Those are things that will come along the way as a consequence of us establishing a Civil Aviation Authority. But that notwithstanding, even though those things have not yet happened, Mr. President, our air traffic controllers show up every single day and make sure that Barbados is not the place where we have accidents as a matter of course, and they protect our airspace, they protect our aerodrome, and I would wish to commend them for the extraordinary work that they have done and they continue to do every single day. Now, Mr. President, this is not a small feat. All of us remember waking up one morning to ashfall. We know what it looked like outside when we looked outside. We couldn't see our cars, we couldn't see the trees. Everything was covered in ash. But what we do not know, Mr. President, is what it would have been like to be an air traffic controller or to be responsible for an aerodrome after ashfall at an international airport. And Mr. President, again, I commend the team at the Barbados Civil Aviation Department because we worked day in and day out with the team at the Grant Lee Adams International Airport, with the Civil Aviation Department, and with the air traffic controllers, but also with our engineering teams, Mr. President. There is something very specific, I am told, about ash in an aircraft engine. Something very specific about ash, Mr. President, anywhere connected to aircraft equipment. And so the engineers did a stellar job of ensuring that in the first instance, we were able to prepare and clear the runway and the aerodrome in its entirety, because we weren't just clearing the runway, we had to clear literally all of the aprons, we had to clear the taxiways, we had to clear the drains. And because we were in St. Philip, what we were seeing on the border of St. Philip, you were seeing also the ash blowing from in the easterly areas down as fast as you could clear the runway, the ash was coming down onto the runway from above it. And so you had a considerable amount of work to get done over the course of 6 days to prepare the airport for complete reopening and to have it cleared and ready and safe for aircraft traffic. The Barbados Civil Aviation Department, when reconstituted, the Barbados Civil Aviation Authority was the certifying entity that made the determination about whether the aircraft, the aerodrome was safe or not. Not amateur pilot flying up in an airplane to fly a small craft, don't know, can't tell you whether we are cleared to travel or not, whether we are fit to receive aircraft or not. There are specialist skills that are required and were available to Barbados in the Civil Aviation Department by people who are certified by ICAO, not anybody who is now learning to fly for sport, by ICAO. And I saw some unfortunate commentary with people posting, social media can be good and it can be bad, but during that time I saw some people purporting to be experts. And the ICAO don't know nothing about them, never see them once anywhere in any of their training courses, but because they were learning to fly light aircraft, they suddenly became experts and people believed what they said as real. Not realizing that there was some real damage that could potentially have been done to our reputation as an international transport, in terms of international transport, if the information had actually been misused. But people have to be careful not to assert to be experts on things that they are not, just because there's something maybe functioning tangentially in a given space. But thankfully, the Barbados Civil Aviation Department and its licensed inspectors were able to certify the aerodrome and the airport, therefore, for clearance and the resumption of airline traffic once more after the ashfall. And those are the people who have worked day in and day out to help us get to this stage. And I want, Mr. President, with your permission, to beg your permission to call their names as the heads of those agencies, because many times people don't see them and they don't recognize the important work that they do. And so the Director of Civil Aviation, her name is Mrs. Tracy Ford Bailey. She has been an excellent professional and she has worked tirelessly to get us to this stage. Her deputy is Mr. Carlisle Simmons, and he, in her absence, the two of them are actually the two certified inspectors who work in certifying and who have worked on the development of this legislation as well. I don't have the time, Mr. President, and I can't possibly call every single inspector, every single air traffic controller by name, but I would want to recognize them as well. Every single engineer, I cannot call them by name, but I want to recognize them as well. The CEO of the Grant Lee Adams International Airport himself, a former air traffic controller, Mr. Hadley Bourne, and his team, they too have contributed in no small measure to where we are today, and I would wish to publicly commend them for the work which they have done. Mr. President, this is a body of legislation that speaks to the kinds of issues that I have just outlined. But there is more. Mr. President, in 2021, we approved as a cabinet the development of an aviation strategy for Barbados. We worked with a company based out of Canada, Aviation Week, Aviation Network, and they, along with a team of experts, developed an aviation strategy for Barbados. What is the purpose of establishing a civil aviation authority, Mr. President, if you don't look at the downstream opportunities for the country? What is the purpose of looking at the creation of meeting the level of civil aviation, of FAA approval for Category 1, if you're not looking at the downstream opportunities, Mr. President? And the aviation strategy, therefore, Mr. President, that we created in 2021, identified the range of sectors and industries that are trending globally, that a small island developing state that proposes to establish itself as a logistics hub for maritime and for aviation could look at developing. And it included, Mr. President, sectors like maintenance and repair operations. That is included within our aviation strategy. It includes, Mr. President, the development of the skills to support maintenance and repair operations. We already have one entity at the airport. In due course, we expect to have a second one, which is already underway. We expect to see that soon. But, Mr. President, who are the skills? I just talked about my experience on a plane taking off and having to come back and deal with engineers. We need to make sure that we're able to build a cadre of skilled professionals who are able to function in the space of maintenance and repair operations of aircraft at the airport, and that work is underway. We have work being done already by the Barbados Light Aircraft Club as well on the training of pilots, but why would we need, Mr. President, to have persons who are trained as pilots leave Barbados in their entirety to be able to get their commercial pilot's license and have to travel overseas if it is that we are developing an aviation strategy? It was our ambition while I was in the ministry, and because the government has not changed, it is still the same government, we would wish to have the training capacity built here in Barbados to allow for us to train pilots all the way up to the highest level in partnership with international entities that we would want to attract here in Barbados. Mr. President, I could go on and on and on. We also have been looking, Mr. President, at the logistics, and we've talked about what the logistics of that looks like. Mr. President, it is an interesting thing that for however long, Barbados has historically been used to seeing the charter aircraft flying into Barbados, landing at the Grand Dams International Airport, persons getting on board a bus and being transported to the Bridgetown port where they board a cruise ship, sail out of Barbados, and the reverse also takes place where they get off of the ship in Bridgetown port and board a bus to Grand Dams International Airport where they board an aircraft. Mr. President, that is people moving in what we call a corridor, a seamless corridor, a sterile corridor. And equally so, we would wish to see the time come, Mr. President, where logistics takes a similar approach for goods, moving seamlessly from maritime to air, to Barbados being transshipped from one place to the other, and having the infrastructure and the investment attraction in order to facilitate that. All of those things are inbuilt into Barbados's draft aviation strategy, Mr. President. They're all their work that I said we started in 2021, and we expect to see unfolding with the introduction of the Civil Aviation Authority and the creation of an aviation industry more broadly. Mr. President, there's another element of that, which is technology. During COVID, Mr. President, all of the things and many of the things that we said could not be done were done. Many of the things that we thought required people to be in person no longer existed. People then went online. We were then able to have a whole lot of sectors moving their services, and government as well, moving our services online. And Mr. President, right before, I believe it was in early October, we had a number of meetings with the airline partners. And with the airline partners, we discussed with them migrating, actually we did it in August as well, International Civil Aviation Day in September, and then we also met with the airlines on this. Mr. President, we introduced all across the globe a series of travel solutions using technology during COVID. IATA had the travel pass. American Airlines and JetBlue, they used VeriFly. You had ArriveCan for Canada, and you had different mechanisms for different countries. Every country allowed you to upload your information in advance, and it was meant to make your entry in and out of countries seamless. If you're entering the United States, you have global entry from certain countries if you're eligible to apply for global entry. And you can join the global entry program of the TSA and move seamlessly. Mr. President, We also integrated as part of our aviation strategy rollout seamless travel in Barbados, which allowed you also to transition your technology platforms introduced during COVID for the purpose of post-COVID. And why would that matter, Mr. President? Mr. President, there are some real technical elements to some of the things that we do that we sometimes may dismiss. Barbados is the most southerly country in the Eastern Caribbean. It is a country that is on the periphery, on the outside. What that means, Mr. President, and the airlines will tell you, we are 100 miles from St. Lucia, Mr. President. And that 100 miles from St. Lucia makes a difference between whether or not an airline flying from certain gateways in the United States can turn and go back into the United States and still make bank. It means the difference between, Mr. President, 10 minutes in both directions. Whether outgoing and coming, if an airline is able to go back in an environment where I mentioned already, there are airline shortages, there are aircraft shortages, there are pilot shortages. So they have to use fewer resources than they had before in order to get to the same results. And so, Mr. President, if an airline, 100 miles difference between St. Lucia and Barbados, needs to have that time shaved in terms of how quickly they can get back to their bank and use that same aircraft to meet their domestic travel obligations from one city in the United States to the next. Solutions like seamless travel will make Barbados even more of an attractive destination when you layer it on top of a new civil aviation architecture, a push to get Category 1 status, and then overall, an ease of doing business in aviation. These are some of the initiatives, Mr. President, that are captured within Barbados's draft aviation strategy. And we are hoping, we are expecting that alongside the private sector, alongside our international partners, that Barbados will evolve ultimately, not just into a new regulatory framework, which I have already just outlined, but also, Mr. President, into a space where aviation becomes a new industry for jobs, for businesses, and for Barbados and Barbadians to thrive alike, Mr. President. In closing, I want specifically also to speak to the overall agenda for aviation reform generally and the work that is going to be done on the aviation authority in the short term. Mr. President, the expectation is that there will be the need for some investment in the Civil Aviation Authority by way of the provision of upgrades to our simulator, upgrades to the technology used in the Civil Aviation Authority itself, but also the recruitment of skills. And this is where I want to land, Mr. President. Mr. President, these are not jobs that don't require training and skills. They require extensive training, extensive skills development. And I'm hopeful that in partnership with our tertiary level institutions, including the SJPI and the University of the West Indies and the Barbados Community College, that we are then going to be in a position to develop what that framework looks like as a country. But Mr. President, one of the things that the Civil Aviation Department has navigated is this. It is very difficult because this is now going to separate the Civil Aviation Department from the Civil Aviation Authority. Civil Aviation Authority is going to be a semi-autonomous unit from government, owned and operated by government, but it is going to function outside of the main public service. And why is that important, Mr. President? We have found difficulty recruiting the kinds of skills that we actually need to run the authority at the salary scales and with the skills and the experience that are necessary. And I think it is time for us as a country to stop mincing words about recruiting highly skilled professionals and remunerating them appropriately. Mr. President, you cannot find persons who are retired pilots or persons who have had the level of expertise that you need to do some of these highly skilled areas without having adequate remuneration. And so that is one of the things that has been an obstacle to us. And we have been working through that, Mr. President, to ensure that under the new Civil Aviation Authority, that we are able to, one, recruit and then retain. Because what other authorities in the region have seen is that, one, you're able to recruit people, but because of the level of remuneration globally and the demand for these skills, you are not able to retain them. They are recruited by other authorities elsewhere, and they migrate very quickly. And one of the things that we were able to do, Mr. President, when it came to the discussions with some of our partners who have offered us scholarships, they have insisted these persons must be bonded. There must be a commitment for them to return to the country and work, because the purpose of training them is to build your capacity. But oftentimes what we see is that the opportunities in other jurisdictions and the remuneration in other jurisdictions becomes so attractive that it is difficult for persons, once they have completed their training and their scholarships, to want to come back home. But the purpose for which they were sent is to bring them back home. And so we have to ensure that we look then at the package that we offer to persons, so that we can not only recruit them, but keep them and get them operating at the highest possible level. And Barbados then also being able to recruit and attract persons in every sector functioning at the highest possible level. Now, Mr. President, this is the matter before this honorable chamber. So we have spoken about the substantive legislation establishing the authority. I have outlined and explained, I hope, the differences between why we would have the authority itself separated from the Accident Investigation Unit and the Air Navigation Services. And I've explained as well, Mr. President, the role played by ICAO and others. I've also outlined the trajectory that we have set for ourselves in terms of Category 1 status and the role being played by the FAA. I want to close on this one point, Mr. President. All of this work, the remapping of the aerodrome, even when we redid the runway at the end of 2020, that work was finished in February of last year. When that work was done, we had to do a complete remapping of the aerodrome for the purpose of air navigation safety. All of that work had to be done and was completed this year. Mr. President, the reason why that is important as well is because for over 30 years, Barbados, in the absence of having done all of this work, in the absence of our ability to manage our air navigation services, has not had control over our upper airspace. Our upper airspace has been and continues to be managed by a third party. That third party has been able to accumulate not just the navigation services, but the fees associated with navigation services for over 30 years, Mr. President. It is important that Barbados does not simply say we deserve or we have a right to manage our upper airspace as well as our lower airspace, but that we put the mechanisms in place that will make the case to the international community that we have the capacity to manage our upper airspace. And this suite of legislation that we are bringing before this honorable chamber today, the Civil Aviation Authority giving the creation of an entity to manage it, the Air Navigation Systems Unit given the authority to treat to navigation systems overall, the Accident Investigation Services Unit, Mr. President, in the event that, God forbid, something goes wrong. This suite of legislation, combined with the technical assistance by the ICAO and the support of the agencies that I just mentioned. I did have the opportunity to meet with the head of the TSA in Montreal in September, and they have also committed to providing any technical assistance and all support that Barbados would need. These combined interventions, Mr. President, give Barbados a clear runway, pun intended, to begin the process of treating to the management of our upper airspace. That is the trajectory ultimately that Barbados is going to go on. And I would wish, therefore, Mr. President, that having outlined all of the things that I have shared, having taken us through the legislation, having taken us through the subsidiary pieces of legislation, having outlined the framework of the aviation strategy, having outlined the work that we are now looking to do with ICAO and with the FAA, we expect, and where we ultimately intend to land as an aviation hub in the Southern Caribbean, functioning at the highest possible international standards, that I can commend this legislation to this honorable chamber. And on that basis, Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill now be read a second time.
Thank you, Senator Cummings. Senator Dr. Brathwaite.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. I would like to begin by thanking Senator Cummins for what I can only describe as a comprehensive presentation of the issues, the history, and the background to the document which we're considering today. Mr. President, I have seen the act which has been brought to this honorable chamber, and which, among other things, seeks to establish the Civil Aviation Authority. The functions of the authority are clearly defined. Its board of management, responsibilities for policy, administration, and the various aspects are clearly outlined. It is clear that the Act reflects an effort to modernize our civil aviation relations and to implement appropriate compliance with the international standards. There can be no doubt that the safety of our airport and air travel to and from Barbados must be a national priority. The conversion of the department that manages the civil aviation matters into a new authority and other elements of comprehensive reform are important advances for our country. The cooperation and support that has been received, as outlined by Senator Cummins, from international agencies and from friendly countries in this process should be recognized and applauded. I also think that our government should be complimented for the steps that have been taken to modernize this aspect of our development. But, Mr. President, I have a concern. My concern reflects or relates to the fact that nowhere in the document presented did I see any mention of the costs that would be involved in the implementation of the new entity. I assume, Mr. President, that the Civil Aviation Authority will be a new state-owned enterprise. If this is so, and if it is classified as such, what are the financial implications of its establishment? I remember, Mr. President, that in the proposals for the BERT 2 program, which were discussed and approved here in this chamber not so long ago, the transformation and reform of state-owned enterprises was considered one of the ways by which government intends to create value for money for the citizens of Barbados and approaches to modernize our country. If this is so, then in my opinion, the establishment of any new state-owned enterprise should be accompanied by appropriate analysis of its financial viability and its financial implications for the budget of the country. In other words, Mr. President, is there a feasibility plan for the new entity? What is the current cost of the provision of these services? And what are the future costs that would be involved in the new arrangements and the new proposals that have been presented? Will the entity that has been proposed be self-sustaining? Or will it be subsidized, or will it need to be subsidized by the taxpayers of Barbados? Mr. President, I truly believe that this is an important piece of legislation. It's an important step forward for us. But I also believe that any new entity that is being proposed should be brought to us accompanied by an appropriate feasibility plan, an indication of costs, an indication of the financial viability of the same. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Dr. Bradford. Her Honor, Senator Henrietta Elizabeth Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for giving me my full title. I embrace it particularly as I celebrated a 61st birthday yesterday. Thank you. I must confess that I never saw myself at this age, really. So it is a shock to me, and I'm still trying to reconcile myself to the number 61. Yeah, I'm trying very hard. But I spent, it was an opportunity for reflection on where I am as a person. You know, you grow, you should grow as you age, and the sort of role that I've played in national life and where Barbados is and where we need to go. And therefore, I'm particularly pleased to come back to a debate. And I actually rushed home from Egypt, the COP, to get to Barbados to participate in this debate, having been away for some time. Well, to come to the floor of the Senate, not necessarily for this debate, because whatever business was being done today, I very much wanted to be at home and present. I want to pick up on the points raised by Dr. Brathwaite, Senator Dr. Brathwaite, which I think have some legitimacy, and that is the issue of the cost. And I want to perhaps open the question of cost to the issue of state-owned enterprises on the whole, which are often the Achilles heel of government in terms of governance, in terms of expenditure, in terms of oversight, in terms of reporting to the nation on the use of taxpayers' funds, and often when boards are put in place, and let's admit it, they change with every government, and some of them are given to tremendous excesses depending on the chairman or how the board is constituted. And therefore, government, not the Barbados Labour Party government or the Democratic Labour Party government, but government has a responsibility to the taxpayers, not just to deal with central government, but really to deal with issues relating to the governance, financing, and financial expenditures of state-owned enterprises to ensure that they are in line with the policies of the government, the strategies of the government, the overall vision and direction, because some of these SOEs can actually be on frolics of their own. I think that there is another question to be posed, and it is on the future of state-owned enterprises generally. There has been a tendency to move functions out of central government and place them within the framework of state-owned enterprises, and quite frankly, sometimes it happens precisely to avoid extensive oversight and the use of some of the rules to which central government is expected. to conform. Sometimes it happens because it is believed that state-owned enterprises can be a faster method or faster mechanism for delivery of goods or services, and that they are not subject to the heavy bureaucracy and rules of government, and therefore can satisfy citizens' demands and country needs in a far more effective and rapid manner than central government. But a key question that I think this government needs to pose to itself is really, what is the role and function of government? What type of government are we planning for a 21st century Barbados, not just now in 2022, but in 2050 and beyond? Will the government be largely a regulatory agency? Is government going to be an operational entity formulating, or is it going to be a policy formulator? Is it going to be a regulator? Because depending on the nature and structure and form of government, the state-owned enterprises will have to reflect that philosophical and strategic positioning, and we will have to determine what kinds of SOEs we need to carry the country forward and to position Barbados to achieve what are our large objectives and vision as a new republic. And it is significant that we're having these kinds of conversations as we celebrate our first year of true, complete independence and self-government. I want then to congratulate the minister and her team and the consultants that supported them for excellent work. This is a non-sexy part of government. Governance, regulations, structures, forms, delivery. It is not something that people think about in the way they think about state-owned enterprises like BTMI, for instance, or the Queen Elizabeth Hospital or others. It is not in the forefront of our minds. But getting this right was absolutely important to Barbados. And it is embarrassing to note that we could not meet the standards and could not pass an audit for many years prior to this government taking over. It is all the more of a disgrace when you couple it with the fact that the radar in the port was not working, another major security breach. It is embarrassing in the context that at the time we were also having negative travel advisories. And when you locate all of this in context, you really see that there were several omissions of government and governance prior to 2018, and that these have to be corrected. Correcting them requires hard, concentrated work that is not immediately in the public eye, that you will probably not get any applause for in the way that if you had corrected perhaps something at the QEH, you would get kudos and a lot of public attention. And therefore, I want to thank the minister for sticking to it, for aspiring to do it in record time, for achieving that, and for delivering to the public of Barbados on this central issue. And I applaud you, Madam Minister. It seems to me, from a review of what the minister said, that there are 6 things that are addressed here. The establishment of a new body for civil aviation matters, the governance and improved governance of civil aviation matters, the modernization and efficiency of matters relating to civil aviation, positioning Barbados to meet international standards relative to civil aviation, and the safety within the rules of civil aviation, and finally, capacity building in the sector of civil aviation. I said 6, that I believe is a list of 7. These are important because Barbados sees itself as a premier tourism destination. We see ourselves as a major tourism hub in the region. We are now talking about becoming a transit and hub between Africa and Latin America, of getting goods and services and people more quickly to the Panama Canal and beyond, using international transit lanes and transit points. And internationally, using air routes and opening up new air routes, so that for us to be able to meet internationally accepted standards for achieving these national objectives and these strategic imperatives is of extreme importance. And I'm glad that we have been able to do that work and that the minister has been able to report to us, job accomplished. It also shows that the business of government really has to do with addressing issues of this sort, not just things that attract a lot of attention in the public domain, but the things that make a significant difference to our revenue earning capacity, to ensuring that we do not have reputational damage. Because while we have been lucky enough not to have any negative air incident or any major accident, had there been one, and all of this had become public, that we were not internationally certified, that we were not up to the standard to meet audits, we would have sustained significant, serious, and sustained reputational damage, all as a tourism sector and as a country that is promoting itself as a place to do trade and business, to do it efficiently, to do it well, and to be able to compare with acceptably international standards. So I'm glad that we're there now, and I pray God that there is not some kind of accident or incident, that we are at the standard required and can say, and we can be recognized as having met those standards. But I see in this an important capacity building opportunity. Capacity building in the context of civil aviation, and the minister laid it out well. But it is also capacity building as a small island developing state. Because if we are aspiring to play a significant leadership role among small island developing states, and to keep, as Kofi Annan put it when he was here, so graciously put it, keep punching above our weight, then we must equip ourselves to deliver those punches. And this allows us to do so, the building of capacity. I think that the minister really gave us a very interesting story. I have one of my own, and I'm going to share it. I was coming back from the United States, and we were about to board. They've announced departure. The captain of the plane comes off, and he starts walking to us in groups, and he apologizes, and he says, "I'm really very sorry, but I don't have enough fuel on the plane to get you all to Barbados." So people start, I want to say, look at me like, we should go home, yeah. You know, Barbadians. And he said, no, I assure you it's fine. I'm going to fly down to Fort Lauderdale. I can get to Fort Lauderdale. I will pick up some fuel in Fort Lauderdale. And from Fort Lauderdale, we'll get you down to sunny Barbados. And people are looking at this pilot like, this man for real? You know, it really was an unbelievable story. But it speaks to what has happened and is happening post-COVID and with the Ukraine war, and the changes that are happening at international airports. And the airport that I'm talking about wasn't any Nene airport in the Hickeys anywhere. I'm talking about coming out of JFK International in New York. I mean, that a pilot could tell you, I do not have enough fuel. I cannot get it here. I have to fly to Fort Lauderdale. It's shocking, shocking. So that there is a whole change that is happening in the airline industry. Many pilots have retired. A lot of people who worked in the airlines in that early period when the airlines started to downsize and ask staffs to take, early period of COVID, ask staff to take early retirement and to accept payout packages and so on, people left the industry. And now you have find that you go into JFK, for instance, and you want to eat before you get on board JetBlue because, you know, it's really snacks only. And they tell you, well, I'm sorry, we don't have any cooks. We don't have any service staff. You have to wait an hour to get a meal. That's the best we can do. So if you don't have an hour, where previously it was 20 minutes to half hour, you might as well not wait for a meal because they can't serve it. All of that is happening in the industry, but it has shown up where the opportunities lie. And Barbados, because we have a well-educated population, now has the opportunity to get into specializations in civil aviation, as airline pilots, as other skilled personnel, as aircraft mechanics, and the whole gamut of skill sets that are used in the airline industry, which are now in heavy demand globally, and of which there is a severe shortage. And I want to make the point here. A lot of our young people, I met a young lady who was quarreling with me and telling me, there's a serious brain drain in Barbados, and y'all aren't doing anything about it, and y'all are losing all the young people who are being trained. And I listened to her very patiently, and I said, there is no brain drain in Barbados, and we are not losing all our young people. She said, oh, you don't know what brain drain means? I said, I think I do. And I explained to her. She said to me she trained as a journalist, and she was unable to get a job in Barbados. And she had gone to Canada and was thinking about doing other things. And I said to her, I don't know how many people were trained in your year, but did you anticipate that the radio stations, which have now moved to DJs as opposed to trained announcers of a certain type, they're DJs, dominating the airwaves, and the Advocate is barely functioning. I don't know if it still is. And the Nation would have at this stage their full gamut of reporters and one or two other media houses. So if 30 people were trained in your class, and there may have been more than 30, where did you think you were all going to work? Surely you cannot all work in Barbados. And we are training our young people to send them overseas to fill the demands in the international marketplace so that the benefits for Barbados are going to be repatriated wherever they go. I just came from Egypt. The manager of a hotel called me aside to say, the Barbados delegation was voted by our staff as the nicest delegation of all the delegations we have. Manager of a hotel, 350 guests from the conference stayed there at that hotel, and they said the Barbados delegation stood out. And therefore, when those trained young people go overseas, they must stand out and be distinguished from others because of the quality of their work, their language skills, and the way they carry themselves. And he said to me, you are an exceptional ambassador for your country. You typify what I think an ambassador should be. Well, of course, he didn't have a conversation with them, so he could believe that. But it is a different thing being engaged on the domestic front at the political level and then plying your trade at the international level. The point I'm making here, however, is that we are not just training young people for a local market, but when they go overseas, they are Beijing wherever they go. Their ties will remain to Barbados. At some point, they will want to buy property here. They want to repatriate something. They will come back and give of themselves, and we really have to try very hard to utilize the Barbadian diaspora, its networks, its resources, its finances, and its goodwill And I identify the diaspora as those who have been trained here and young people who were born here, but the descendants of those who are born here, many of those themselves who do not know Barbados or who come to Barbados only as visitors, but see themselves as Bajan, retain an interest in the country, want to help, want to contribute, want to be engaged, want to come for crop over, want to buy a house or a piece of land, want to make an investment. And we are not sufficiently maximizing that. So I think that the opportunity for jobs, for training, not just to work in Barbados and build out the industry and the full suite of skills here, but to position young people to take the opportunities available now internationally where there is high demand for skills because of the impact that COVID has had on the labor force, and because our young people have strong technology skills, and it is entirely possible. Many jobs are now allowing people to work remotely, to work from home, to come in 1 day a week, to come in 1 day every 6 months, or to not come in at all. The key thing is that you are providing the service, they are monitoring your productivity, and your check is in the bank at the end of the month. And our young people will be able to work from Barbados in many spheres of endeavor. The point is that they have to understand that the labor market has changed, and this notion that the nation will employ you or you are going to go in somebody's space, you have to create the space within which you are going to work. You have to become more entrepreneurial. You have to see where the opportunities are and position yourselves. And some of them are not sufficiently, I don't want to say aggressive because that is a word that is used so pejoratively, but they must be very proactive in seeking opportunities and not waiting for opportunities to come to them or to come home at mommy and daddy for them. There is another component to this to which the minister did not speak and on which I would like to go. And it is the issue of civil aviation and the nexus with climate change. I mean, having just come back from a climate change conference, an international conference of the parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, commonly called UNFCCC, it would be remiss of me not to try to speak to Barbadians about that connection. I want to start by making perhaps what some may perceive as a political point, which is that when Barbadians ask, what is the value of us going to these international meetings? My response is simply this. The world is changing, and Barbados is changing with it. We are one of the frontline countries in relation to climate change. We have been pushed onto those front lines, not by our own actions, but by the actions of others. It is a front line from which we cannot escape. We are addressing a cost of climate that we can ill afford. And there is upon us the responsibility for this and future generations to address the consequences and the ravages of climate on society, economy, and environment for our people. And we cannot influence the space if we stay home and drink our rum and cokes or eat our ham cutters. You have to be in the space fighting at the negotiating tables. Fighting at the negotiating tables to ensure that the language that you want, to ensure that your interests are protected. And for people who think that these are jaunts, let me tell you what my experience was in the last 4 days of the conference. Meetings went until 1 a.m. And I just said that I'm 61 years old. I turned up at 8 o'clock in the morning when my first meeting started and left at 1 o'clock in the morning of the next day. Yes, I know I have stamina. And yes, I know that I look good for my age. But no, I'm very serious. I was having pull-asides. Pull-aside is when you want to talk to another minister or diplomat, and it isn't a formal meeting. You see them, like you say, and say, Mr. President, let's have a word on this matter. This is of grave concern to my country. And therefore, you step aside. Literally, it's a pull-aside. Or bilaterals. I had bilaterals at midnight on Friday night. Midnight on Friday night, I'm doing bilaterals with ministers. When the people who are cursing you about being out on these jobs in their beds sleeping or liming. Midnight. I saw that the United Nations did some tweets and so with me. Those speeches were made at 12:30 and 1 o'clock in the morning, 12:45 in the morning. They were not made at 3 or 4 o'clock in the evening during regular working hours. They were capturing me when I was at the desk fighting for Barbados, fighting for the people of Barbados as head of the Barbados delegation, left there by a prime minister who had made her mark on the conference, when everybody was quoting her, when the Secretary General was quoting her, when Prime Minister Macron, President Macron was saying, I am going to convene the kind of convocation that the Prime Minister of Barbados has spoken about. When other presidents and prime ministers were saying, I support the Prime Minister of Barbados on the reform of the IFIs and the multilateral development banks. When people were saying the Bridgetown Initiative is the initiative with which we want to associate because it speaks to a new paradigm and a reframing of the world system that needs to change if small island developing states and other developing countries are to be positioned for a new place in the world. You don't get that by staying home. You get it when you get on a plane and fly. And there's a cost to it, but there's a benefit to it. And I am happy to say today, and I will speak to how I see the benefits of the climate change meeting, that Barbados brought back the benefits for the people of Barbados. I haven't gone to that meeting. So I want some of the people who are quarreling and cursing to join me at a negotiating table at 12:30. And on the last day of the conference, we were supposed to finish on the Friday. The conference went on to the Saturday. I left the conference center after 1:30 a.m. At 9 o'clock, I was walking into my first meeting that morning, Saturday morning, whatever date it was, the 19th or whatever. I left the conference center at 10:30 Sunday morning, having eaten one meal, and never left the conference center since I came this Saturday. People who say that these are jaunts don't really know what they're talking about, nor do they understand the kind of effort that it takes, the kind of hard work that it takes, the kind of just sheer concentration and stick-to-itness, determination to push a door that is closed to you. When we arrived at that conference, it was not felt that we would leave with any consensus on loss and damage, or that any fund would be agreed. Look back to what was being said in the media before the conference started. But we kicked the door open. In fact, if you were in a rum shop, somebody would say, just shove it to something open. We shoved the door open and stood in the doorway and would not budge. Antigua and Barbuda leading AOSIS. It was my honor to have been asked to have been the champion for the final text for the Alliance of Small Island States, a signal honor for Barbados. I was not a minister. People were there, countries were represented at ministerial level, and they said, we want you to be the champion. 39 countries for the Alliance of Small Island States. On what document will finally emerge from this conference? So please let us understand that this is not easy work. This is hard. And it takes constant push and struggle but you have to be at the table, and you have to understand the issues and the political landscape, where people are going, what you can and cannot get. But I will speak to that in a different forum, Mr. President, because I wish to commend the work of Prime Minister Motley, but I want to move back to the nexus between climate change and what the Honourable Minister is doing. I think in the issue of civil aviation, we have to give consideration to how the landscape is changing and the kinds of reforms and interventions that are taking place, and how climate change is influencing those trends and macro changes. This summer, or the summer just passed, there were reports of tarmacs in London melting. Do you understand how hot it has to get for an airport to have to be closed because its tarmac was melting? And that really speaks to the issue of how we are going to engineer airports and tarmacs in the future. What a tarmac now has to withstand to remain functional. How are extreme weather events going to impact airports and related facilities? How are you going to be asked, as part of your general policy framework, particularly as a large tourism destination, to address the issue of carbon offsets? What kinds of fuel will be the aviation fuels of the future? Virgin Atlantic has already flown a plane cross Atlantic using renewable energy sources, or using non-fossil fuel sources. So if all of that is part of the structure that is changing, what does it mean for all the fuel farm tanks that you have surrounding the airport? What then does it mean for storage of the new fuels in the future? If you have to remediate, clean up or remediate a site, or close a site and then remediate where it now exists a tank farm for fossil fuels, what is going to be the cost of that? Is that something that will affect your being certified, your being able to meet your audit requirements? All of these are new questions that have to be explored, a new positioning that has to be understood, new directions and macro trends that we have to navigate. As a small island developing state, and going back to the Honourable Dr. Brathwaite, there is a cost. What is the cost? From where will the resources come? How will we as a nation be able to afford it? But afford it we have to, if we want to stay in the game of being an international business center, in the game of being an international tourism center, in the game of being an international leader, small state, so though we may be. So all of these are issues that I want to raise, and as I said, I'm raising them in the context of aviation and new aviation standards. I note that the senator spoke to Senator Cummings, the leader of government business, in her remarks, made the point that we essentially had a partnership with ICAO. And this is perhaps the penultimate point that I would want to make before sitting. Governments give policy direction. We set the framework through regulatory regimes, but the cost of governance, the cost of implementation, the complexity of implementation is now so beyond the scope of what governments did, understood, and executed previously, that we are seeing the world as a multipolar world, where partnerships with the private sector, partnerships with universities, partnerships with international organizations and civil society, partnerships that build trust between government and its multiple stakeholders, some of whom have severe and severely conflicting interests. That these are partnerships now, which now have to be harnessed for the good of the country and for the future of the country. And therefore, in the context of civil aviation, what partnerships are we building? What resources, excuse me, sir, what resources are we obtaining in order to satisfy these new directions and these new forms of governance and government as we go forward? And I've come to closure, Mr. President, on this point. I apologize for coughing, but I have to tell you that every member of the delegation in Barbados and in Egypt came down with something. I think that the level of dust in the atmosphere, environmental conditions that we all had, we would have needed Senator Dr. Maynard. He should have been part of the delegation, and then perhaps he would have also helped to explain how necessary the delegation was and how many skills and services. Next time. No, but seriously, you don't think about these things, but every member of our delegation became impacted. And, sorry? Oh, doctor to the delegation, yes, for COP28. I'm appointing you now, and bear in mind that this appointment, I have absolutely no authority, but I appoint you, sir, I appoint you. So really, that is another thing that people don't think about, that you are going into a foreign environment. We don't allow our delegations time before or after. You send them in the day before invariably. Sometimes they've flown. It took me, sir, because people don't consider this. I left Egypt on Sunday evening, Barbados time, Sunday night, and arrived in Barbados Tuesday evening. From Sharm el-Sheikh, and you have to count in airport time, I'm only calling flying time. From Sharm el-Sheikh to Cairo was an hour. And then you had some hours before you got the connecting flight. 12 hours directly to JFK. A few hours layover, and then you had to pick up to get to the airport 6 o'clock to get into Barbados. So I left Sunday and arrived Tuesday, grueling, and I'm here this morning, yeah. So the point that I'm making is that often, and it isn't just ministers who go to these things, it is competent civil servants. And I really want to take this opportunity to thank the entire Barbados delegation, including our very committed civil servants, because very often they get a bad rap, but sometimes, sir, our civil servants perform exceptionally. And I can tell you that at 1 o'clock, when I was sitting in the Barbados seat making speeches on behalf of our country and our region and small island states, I can tell you that when I was doing pull-asides and bilaterals at midnight, there was a civil servant either sitting behind me or at my side when I was asking technical questions, supplying me right away with notes, with answers to the questions that I was asking, so that I could make the necessary interventions, watch the political nuancing, speak with, to counterparts with authority, etc. So I'm not saying that it was me or me alone or anything of the sort. I don't want to convey that impression. There was an excellent team. I'm just lamenting the fact that we didn't have a doctor because the environmental conditions were such that really the team got sick. But people did not stop working. I think 2 or 3 of us had to get medical attention while we were there because the reactions that we were having were so severe, but we kept on working. I close then with the point that we all have to make a choice. And I'm glad I mentioned our civil servants just now, because often I get the impression that the government is articulating a broad vision of where it wants to go, but it doesn't necessarily have the buy-in of all of the stakeholders who are needed to implement or affect the change. If Barbados is moving to a new standard of excellence that will typify our reputation and our performance as a republic, that will raise our flag high wherever in the world we are and in whatever enterprise we may be engaged upon, then the contribution of all stakeholders has to meet the standard of excellence. And I want to urge our country to get there. Sometimes we live on past glories, but the landscape has changed. And we must now make ourselves fit for purpose, not just for survival, but for success in this new global landscape. I am happy to say that we did so with panache in Sharm el-Sheikh, and I am happy to say that the Honourable Minister has done so on the matter of civil aviation in Barbados. I'm much obliged to you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Thompson, and happy birthday as well, well belated. Before I take the next speaker, I just want to acknowledge one of our visitors, former Senator Clyde Griffith, who was Minister of Energy back in the 1970s, I believe, 80s, 81 to 86. Welcome back to the chamber, former Senator Griffith. Speaker? Who's next? Senator Dr. Hines.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. President, for acknowledging me. Get a little more space here. So this afternoon, I would like to, obviously, speak a bit on this civil aviation bill. I made my notes on the basis of, thankfully, the elucidation offered by the leader of government business, as well as what I was able to hear in the other place. I note that this civil aviation bill provides for policy making, a regulatory and legal framework for best practices, accident investigation, air navigation services. It seeks to implement what is called, in my understanding, a full separation model that seeks to separate the regulator and the service provider. It seeks to build a body of skills, investigators, inspectors, capacity to enforce regulations. We also heard about the desire to move our airport towards Category 1. It was downgraded to Category 2 in 2011, which has some implications for the types of activities that, I should say, the aerodrome is allowed to engage in particular with regard to the U.S. market. I'm not an expert in this area, so I am not going to pretend to be one, as Senator Cummins cautioned us and others not to try and be. And it is on this note that I really wanted to rise today, because these two pieces of legislation, the Civil Aviation Bill 2022 and the Civil Aviation Air Navigation Services and Investigation of Accidents Bill, these are very technical pieces of legislation. The two pieces of legislation are long. The first one, Civil Aviation Bill, 133 pages in 13 parts with 6 schedules. This is something that is not simple for the average person or for any of us. I am going to go on a limb and say for any of us in here to just sit down and easily comprehend. Not that we are unintelligent, but because it is highly technical. And as Senator Cummins made us very aware, we required some expertise in order to draft this legislation because of the nature of it. The second piece of legislation, the Civil Aviation Air Navigation Services and Investigation of Accidents Bill, 51 pages in 5 parts. That is a shorter one. But again, this is a very technical area. And in the spirit of moving towards excellence, in the spirit of getting buy-in from stakeholders, all things that Senator Thompson highlighted so very well, I think it would have been appropriate to have explanatory notes come with these pieces of legislation. These are not simple things to understand, as I have already said, and for any of us to sit here and pretend that we just sat and read all of this and we were au fait with what was in here, I think is unlikely not to be factual. Did I say that correctly? It's likely not factual. Let me put it that way. That's more straightforward language. That makes more sense. So where am I getting this notion that we should have explanatory notes from? Well, we can look at the UK tradition, but we are now a republic. We are our own Caribbean state. We don't have to look at what they say in May about explanatory notes. However, I think in the spirit of best practice, which Senator Thompson also just spoke about, and you know, this legislation is supposed to get us up to international standards in terms of best practice. In terms of best practice, I think we could look at one of our neighbors, also called in this debate, Trinidad and Tobago, because in this jurisdiction, what we see is that explanatory notes are often provided so that we can all understand the intention of the legislation, the background of the legislation, the policy context, and even things such as what Senator Dr. Brathwaite highlighted, such as the potential costs of the legislation, not the legislation itself, but what the legislation seeks to effect. I think if we are striving to be excellent, these are things that are required. If we are striving to get buy-in from stakeholders, the stakeholders have to understand what it is they're buying into and not just take the word of those who stand and say, this is all what this is about. This is what this is about. This background information is important, and it can break the legislation down from the technical language into language that all of us can understand a lot better in order to do our business in here, in order to have transparency, a favorite word of this government, and to have a level of accountability to allow us to appropriately scrutinize the legislation and to offer suggestions, not just to critique. Critique is important in improving one's work as well, but also to offer suggestions so that if there are amendments that are required, and amendments can occur, that we can make them on the basis of knowledge. I do not think this is an unreasonable request, nor is it one that I have just pulled out of my head since I provided at least 2 examples. What we also see in Trinidad and Tobago, which I quite like, obviously we do not have to mock Trinidad and Tobago, is that in addition to explanatory notes that are provided at the beginning of, in particular, complex legislation, is that they provide these brief background notes as well on their website that all of us could refer to, and so could the public. This legislation is important. This legislation seeks to do things that are critical, but it should not seek to do it without us understanding it fully. And my concern has been, from the time we received it, how on earth I'm going to be able to understand this appropriately to make the kind of contribution that I would like to make, one that is supposed to serve the country. So with that, which is not specifically about the content of the legislation, because I believe that if I am understanding correctly, what the legislation seeks to do is quite laudable and seeks to bring improvements, Mr. President, but about the process of bringing such complex types of legislation when we want transparency, accountability, buy-in, appropriate scrutiny, and really for the country to be brought along with us while we do our work in this place. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Hayes. Senator Maladu.
Thank you, Mr. President. As usual, my comments will be brief. I will limit them to two sections of the bill. First of all, I want to commend the government on this good piece of work. It is excellent that we are staying ahead, or if I could say, maybe in this case, catching up, but it needed to be caught up. So I'm very pleased that we're doing this. Air transportation into Barbados is critical to our economy, being an island, of course, but also being tourism island and many of the other things we're going to talk about. Two sections that I want to make my comments on, Mr. President. Let me start with Section 32, Clause 1. I am very pleased to see in this legislation that we are going to make it absolutely clear that audited financial reports will be needed within 4 months. The only thing I would like to say, and I've spoken on this before in relation to other legislation, is what is the teeth? What happens when this is not done? Because we seem to quite often be very good at writing great legislation and thinking about it, but later on enforcing it is a different issue. And there is nothing in this bill that tells us what happens if they fail to meet this criteria that we have laid out in there. But I'm thanking for having it. So we will see audited financial reports within 4 months of the end of the fiscal year. The second section that I would like to speak to is Section 16. But before I go there, yesterday I attended the Barbados Chamber of Commerce luncheon, of which our Prime Minister spoke at, and very informative speech from the Prime Minister and from other members of her team. And a challenge was put out to the private sector that we need growth. And we need 15% growth. And I think if my numbers were correct, if I saw what was on the screen correct, we're looking for nearly $1 billion in growth from the private sector. $2 billion in growth, apparently. Apparently it was in the wrong currency. 15% it was. And how are we going to do this? And the challenge was put out to the private sector to get this done. And I think we all know that we need to do this. If we're going to see growth in employment, growth in salaries, growth individually, we need to do it. Section 16, though, interestingly, you may say, well, what's the relevance of Section 16 of this legislation to growth? Growth, from the private sector point of view, often when we talk in government circles, is you can see some businesses that are successful because of government, and you see other sections, other businesses that are successful despite government. And the key to growth, in my opinion, Mr. President, at this point, is we need to focus very carefully on facilitation. And facilitation, part of facilitation is removing the friction to getting things done. And regulations often provide that friction. So let me finish off by now bringing the relevance to Section 16. Section 16 of this legislation basically tells us that the Minister of Health is going to make sure that planes coming in and out of the island at our aerodrome don't spread infectious diseases. Interesting for me, though, that I travel a lot, and I don't know if that's a privilege or a burden, but when I travel to the United States, as many people here, as soon as you land and you get to the gate, you can't wait to get off. You don't know how long the immigration line is going to be, and everyone is waiting to see that door open. And as soon as that door opens, the first person is out through the door and you're gone. If you travel to Canada, the same thing happens. I travel to the United Kingdom, the same thing happens. All just can't wait to get off the airplane. Door opens, we go. I can go on and quote unquote and take up a bunch of your time. The reality is everywhere I go, that's what happens, other than Barbados. Barbados, we all have experienced it. We sit there on the plane, and eventually we manage to get up, and then we wait and we see, you know, a person who comes up the stairs, and they come and they speak to the air hostess who provides some papers. They look at these papers, and over the years I've asked the question, who is that? It turns out that it's a health person that comes. But I still don't understand why it is that we do this in all of the things that we could do. People are anticipating getting off this plane quickly. Why is it that in other countries they're able to do this electronically or otherwise? And I raise this not for that particular instance, but to say that we must challenge everything that we do, every process that we have, to remove the friction from what it is that we are doing. Is there really a reason in 2022? What is it that person mounting those steps was going to do? Was it not filed electronically? So with those few words on it, I wanted to just tie it back to growth. I wanted to commend the government with getting this legislation done. It is very important. I'm very glad to hear that it's done in the speed at which it is done. I do agree with fellow senators, one, that the cost needed to be addressed, two, that it is quite a technical piece of legislation, and hence it would be helpful to know a bit more about it. But having said that, I commend you for doing it, and thank you for the time. Cheers.
Thank you very much, Senator Malaloux. Senator King.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, let me say that I fully support this bill, and I also want to commend Senator Cummings on taking us through it and giving us a chance to understand, as has been mentioned time and time again, a lot of the technicalities of this particular bill. But one of the things that I want us to look at are what are the benefits of what we're doing. This is, in my mind, the very first steps of a wider program. Getting to this particular place is important. If you look back, and because I'm just going to look at two particular instances when we talk about the safety, because as mentioned by Senator Malaloux and others, Barbados is known for its tourism. But there have been conversations in this country for a long time talking about the diversification of the economy and looking at other ways to have income streams and create jobs and all of these things. And although the civil aviation is what it is itself, it still is tied in many ways with tourism. And if we're talking about creating new jobs, we're talking about creating new skills, we're talking about Barbados being a hub for various things, and civil aviation being one in terms of the engagements that we are having with the continent of Africa, and having a prime minister who is on the world stage. There's a curiosity about this 166 square miles that people are interested in coming. So the prospects of a lot more visitors coming to the island are there. But you don't wait until people start coming to then realize that there are lots of things that you have to get in place to meet that. As the old people would say, what ain't reach you ain't pass you. And so in this legislation, I want to talk a little bit about the safety aspects of it. We had an unfortunate incident, I remember it clearly as a youngster in the 70s, and there's the monument on the West Coast to that unfortunate incident with Cubana Airlines. Imagine if we at that time were different. If we had better security, if we had a whole set of other things in place, maybe that could have been avoided, who knows? But in the world that we live in today, we've seen people go on planes trying to light the shoes. We've seen planes crash into buildings. We have all of these things that are going on around us. Safety has to be paramount, especially if you're depending on tourism. You have to be there. Now, when I first heard about us not being able to pass certain standards, international standards, I thought to myself, but we're really almost like playing Russian roulette. Now, just think about it. If some unfortunate incident had to happen in Barbados, now or in the near future, think about the devastation that will wreak on us as an economy in this environment already. This is not a joke. This is not, I understand when people ask questions about certain things. You know, I understand it. You ask about how much is this going to cost? I prefer to look at it, what is it going to cost if you don't get it right? Not what's going to cost me money up front, but what is it going to cost us if we don't get it right? That is the question that we should be asking ourselves, especially in the environment that we are in. And so for me, it is really, really important that for persons on the outside of these chambers, especially where you have call-in programs, and as was mentioned earlier, you have a lot of armchair experts who obviously, and on social media, everybody wants to be a star nowadays. Everybody has the opportunity to put an opinion out there, which is fine, but sometimes they are so misleading. They are so misleading that you find this entire 166 square miles now caught in a web of fear. People are afraid to do. They're afraid not to do. It is almost like we're in this frozen. Because if you do something, then someone can easily come and say, but this is this, without having all the facts. And you start to create all sorts of fear within the society. Now, a simple conundrum is this. Often I hear people complaining about the civil service. Oh, the civil service is this, the civil service is the next, and we can't do this, and we got to do this. And I tie this back to this particular thing where we are questioning now, again, how much it can cost. But if you said that you were going to privatize it, you have the same problem. And in the world that I live in, the one thing that I know is that the worst thing anybody could do is to do absolutely nothing. You have to do something. Even if you make a mistake, you learn from it, but you have to do something. If you do nothing, you stay where you are. And so it is important that we get on board with these kinds of initiatives. As was mentioned earlier, it's not one of those sexy things that everybody can jump up and shout and put their hands up in the air about. But it has very positive implications for our people. This will create new jobs, if you get it right. You create new skills. If you're talking about becoming a hub for mechanics and other things, then you have to start thinking, okay, if you become a mechanics hub and you have these more skillful persons and things, and then you have, as was mentioned earlier, the opportunity to train commercial pilots, and these, what are the other things that this is going to spin off from having those things here? And it's like circles that keep going and keep going and get wider and wider. And there become more opportunities for persons to benefit from it. So it is important that while we seek perfection in everything that we do, I think sometimes we have to pause and look at the wider picture and to see how do we get there as fast as we can, understanding, as I've said before, the world that we live in, how do we get there as fast as we can? And when I listen to Senator Cummings speak about moving this from a year and a half to 9 months, with the same civil service that everybody's be quarreling about, I think it is a reason for us to commend these persons for getting us to this particular point so quickly. There is, yes, a lot more to be done, but like I said, I see this legislation as the first steps in this journey. And I just want to say that as we go forward, I am sure that there are things that probably we haven't seen before that may raise their heads, as it always does in life. You will always find that something has happened. But the reality is that Barbados has never been in the forefront of innovation, science, technology, nothing like that, no time. In fact, in my recollection, the one thing that we've been in the forefront of is development is RAM. Nothing else that I can think of that you can say that we've been in the forefront of it, which means you have to be playing catch up all the time as the technology changes, as the laws surrounding travel change. You're always going to be playing catch up. And we are playing catch up here, and we are playing catch up in a serious way in not being able to make 80% of what is necessary to have us in a category that people will feel safe coming to this country. You think about it. When we talk about Barbados becoming a global player or a place of excellence, well then, you know, it was interesting that Senator Cummings didn't say what we actually scored. I believe that it would have been so low that she would not want to embarrass us even further. But it is important that we get, but I understand, Senator, because if I were in your place, I wouldn't want to say what that number was either. But the point is that if we are serious about the things that we profess from day to day, that we want Barbados to be this, and we want to be able to, you know, be seen as this, then you've got to do the things that you need to do at every step in order to get there. And this, for me, is one piece of that particular puzzle, but at least the first steps. And so, Mr. President, I thank you for acknowledging me and giving me the opportunity just to make those few words. I'm obliged to you.
Thank you very much, Senator King. Senator Cummings.
Mr. President, I beg to move that we do now suspend deliberations for lunch for a period of 1 hour to reconvene the sitting at 2:40 p.m.
The question is that the sitting be suspended until 2:40 p.m. today. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The things the ayes have it. The sitting stands suspended until 2:40 p.m.
nowhere. It's not perfect yet, so just leave it there until it gets to perfection. Perfection is a fantasy, sir. The reality is progress is what we are here to do. As best as we can, however we can, but it must be progress. So as we continue to move on cutting edge sphere, to be right there in this cut and thrust of international and local, regional needs, let us not rest on the laurels of past triumph and tribute. Let us continue what was a very clear habit of Barbadians past, to push for better and to go for gold. And so I support this legislation with my very, very quick contribution and the underpinning ideals. And I look forward to passing our next ICAO audit and raising our status to category 1, where we should be and where we must be. With that, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Robert Stoll. Senator Mr. Millard.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I've become accustomed to reading large documents, but this one is incredibly complicated and complex. And I suspect, like most people in here, I have not digested it at all. I too broadly support this bill, Mr. President. But, Mr. President, there are areas in this bill that I feel concerned about. And the concern, Mr. President, goes back to something I mentioned, I think it was in my last contribution last week. And it relates to regulations, but I'll speak to that at the end. Among the definitions in this bill, Mr. President, there's a definition for an unmanned aircraft. And we speak about civil aviation. Most people think of commercial aircraft, which carries people and commercial property and animals and stuff. But we've not spent any time talking about unmanned aircraft. And I'm not speaking about the military types. That's a matter for a different agency. Mr. President, the world has changed a lot. And how we viewed unmanned aircraft 10 years ago is entirely different from how we see it today. And I don't know if in this legislation there's enough attention paid to unmanned aircraft. Now, in this country, it is pretty restrictive to fly unmanned aircraft. You cannot, in fact, as far as I recall, and Senator Cummins can correct me if I'm wrong, you can't fly a drone, and I'll call them drones, for taking photographs. If you have a drone and you want to use it, even the ones that have a 50-foot radius, and you want to use it outside of your house, you have to have permission to fly it. But that is an antiquated position, Mr. President, because the world has changed. Now, drones have many, many commercial applications, from agriculture, Mr. President, to security. And we had a massive ashfall some time ago, and in some places, men would not have been put on top of roofs to clean those panels. You'd love to fly a drone to clean them. And with large commercial photovoltaic systems, drones are used to map problems, and they're used to clean the panels. Mr. President, I don't think that we can continue to put in a line item for unmanned aircraft. Unmanned aircraft are not just 250 gram little devices. They are large aircraft that serve many, many functions. Now, excuse me, while I accept that the military drones, the defined legal military drones, will have regulations that are covered under the Ministry of Defense and Security. There are uses of drones that have happened in the last 10 months, Mr. President, where there's been adaptation of drones for lots of purposes that have turned out might not be within the law in this country. And therefore, it's an area that needs to be seriously looked at and discussed. And I don't think that what's happening in this legislation, that really we've not had enough time to truly flesh out, it has been given enough attention. Now, Mr. President, there's a section in this legislation that deals, I think it's under the schedule, where it states that the minister shall make regulations. And the areas, 25, and the areas are so extensive that it starts at letter A and then it starts at double A. Now, it tells us, therefore, that the regulations for this bill, this act when it's passed, are so extensive that it will form a document far bigger than what we have here. But we, once again, will not see it. We are seeing the skeleton, Mr. President. Now, Mr. President, I have a real concern about regulations. And I think I mentioned it when I spoke on the last occasion in this chamber. And I just whispered to the Deputy President, Mr. President, about, because I can see, Mr. President, that the Deputy President, and I know, understands this document inside out, the standing orders. And there's a committee, Mr. President, called the Regulations Committee. And I believe, Mr. President, you head that committee. And within the standing orders, it lays out what the Regulations Committee is supposed to do. And there are several honorable members of this chamber who are on that committee. I believe the leader of government business is also on the committee. But it doesn't function. And nowhere can I find anything in this parliament, this records, that shows me that it has functioned. So I want to apologize for misleading the Senate the last time I stood, Mr. President, because I said that we don't have a chance to see the regulations in that form. And I was wrong. So I apologize to the chamber, Mr. President. The Senate, according to these regulations, is authorized to see the regulations. It's here, Mr. President, on page 43, under the Regulations Committee, in the 2003 amended version of the standing orders. It says, under Regulations Committee, there shall be a Regulations Committee which shall consist, not mayor, which shall consist of the President as chairman and 4 senators to be nominated by the Committee of Selection, which shall have the duty of considering all such regulations as defined by the Interpretation Act for the time being in force, as under the authority of any law, are to be laid before the Senate and to bring to the attention of the Senate any regulation. And then it goes from A to F. And it concludes, but the Regulations Committee shall not consider or report on the merits or policy of any regulations. So there is a committee established in these standing orders that deals with regulations, Mr. President, the ones that we complain that we don't get to see. And I guess all of us have copies of the standing orders. on the Regulations Committee, and it is select committees, 60. Number 5. Mr. President, if we, I do not know a lot about parliamentary procedure. So I suppose there'll be some document or book that will guide us on parliamentary practice. But my simple interpretation of this, if we select a committee that, and it has a function, and such an important function, then it should function. So I would like, Mr. President, if what I'm saying is true, that the committee should function so that the Senate, sir, can be appraised of the regulations to all these bills that we pass in this Parliament, and you'll be aware of them, Mr. President. I thank you.
Thank you, Senator Maynard. Any other speakers? Senator Cummings.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I want to express my appreciation for all of the contributions on this bill. I accept that it is a complex bill, and certainly when I first started to get immersed in the process, this took hours upon hours upon hours, and like I did say, we did have to get technical experts to come into Barbados for the purpose of guiding us through all of this, and I outlined our technical assistance approach as a consequence of this. And so it is on that basis that I myself then became fully immersed and comfortable in the content. And so I have no difficulty readily appreciating that such a large bill with such complex matters that are obviously not things that we do on a day-to-day basis would be cumbersome in some instances and would require further explanation. And so I have no difficulty with the recommendation at all in principle for explanatory notes to be outlined. But I think that, even if we were to provide explanatory notes, perhaps there would still be some difficulty with understanding that which is contained within the explanatory notes, because then we would have to go the next step, which is to have technical officials and civil servants and the public officials there to help explain that which is contained. So I accept that it is very much an extensive process. But let me start, first of all, with, having said that, let me go back to Senator Brathwaite's contribution. So Senator Dr. Charleston Brathwaite made the important point about costs, which was echoed by the Deputy President of the Chamber, Senator Thompson. And it is a fair point to make, but what I'll say to you here, Mr. President, and it's an interesting and perhaps a complicated way of responding, which is to say this: I never knew the complexities of what it was to govern and to navigate the things that have to be done while navigating public sentiment, stakeholder sentiment, all at once, until I was actually in government. There's a certain luxury that comes sometimes from being on the outside of government and only seeing one side of it. And therefore thinking that you have to be able to do A or B readily because the only thing to consider is A or B, when in actual fact, it may go all the way down to double A, as was just said by Senator Maynard. Now, Mr. President, in May of this year, a paper came before me, and I want to be as open as I can here, as I always am. In May of this year, a paper came before me on the question that you have just asked, Senator Brathwaite, on the question of costs. How we would rationalize the treatment of costs for the Civil Aviation Authority. Now, in May of this year, in June, in July, August, September, and every month of the year, there is an extensive conversation about how expensive airline tickets are in this country. In this very chamber, We have had this conversation already. The government should remove all of the taxes. The government should reduce the cost of airline travel. We shouldn't have this and we shouldn't have that. Mr. President, we looked at the various things that constitute the cost of taxation on airline tickets, and I want to take a moment to break it down in the context of this debate in order to give the answer to that question. Mr. President, there is a security fee that covers the cost of all of the security apparatus to meet the requirements of aviation security, on the one hand. So every scanner, every X-ray machine, every explosive tracing device, all of those things is covered by every passenger who passes through the airport paying an $8 security fee. Mr. President, there are landing fees which accrue to the Grant Adams International Airport. Those things go to service things like the repavement of the runway, the maintenance of the aerodrome, things like all of the support services provided, including to the air traffic control tower. Those fees levied to the GAIA go to service those needs. And then, Mr. President, there is the value-added tax, which is a standard consumption fee. And then there is the airport service charge, which goes to capitalize the Barbados Tourism Marketing, Inc., not taxpayers' money, as sometimes you hear people who are supposedly shadow ministers for tourism talking about, but don't even understand how tourism is capitalized through the BTMI, through the airport service charge, and not Barbados taxpayer dollars. Every departing passenger from the country pays an airport service charge. If they are a Caribbean traveler, they pay 70 USD. But if they are an international traveler, they pay 70 USD. If they are a Caribbean traveler, they pay 50% of that. And that capitalizes the Barbados Tourism Marketing, Inc. The proposal that came to me, Mr. President, came in the midst of a national discussion on how expensive airline tickets were as a result of additional charges levied by taxation by the government of Barbados. And the proposal, therefore, Mr. President, to capitalize the Civil Aviation Authority and its creation by levying a fee or by pulling from the fees and charges applied at the Grant Adams International Airport by travelers was something at the time that we had to pause on, Mr. President, because the need to establish a civil aviation authority had to be offset against the fact that international travel was in free fall. The cost of international travel was already a concern, and we had to be able to navigate all of those different balancing acts, Mr. President, in order to do the things that needed to be done while still managing the things that we all wanted to be able to see done. And so there is enshrined in this legislation at I believe it is Article 25.1, the establishment of a civil aviation fund. And that fund is meant to be able to rationalize how we will reposition many of the fees and charges that are already applied at the border to help to capitalize the Civil Aviation Authority. And secondly, once that decision at a policy level has been made, the provision is allowed in general regulations in Article 139.1E to have the minister, in collaboration with the various agencies, make the decision under the regulations as to fees and other charges in order to capitalize the Civil Aviation Authority. There was a paper that was prepared by the consultants, which looked at models around the world, including South Africa, that looked at recommendations on how civil aviation authorities globally were capitalized and how we were able to establish them. In this instance, it would be a regulatory entity and not necessarily a state-owned enterprise in a way in which you would have other agencies, but it is earmarked for capitalization by direct user fees in the main and in part by way of a direct grant or subvention from central government and the consolidated fund. But it is not meant to be a draw on central government. It is meant to be funding itself, including, Mr. President, user fees. So, for example, we had an extensive discussion around the certification of certain types of aircraft where we do not have the types of skills available. So we may have officers certified on certain types of aircraft, but not on other types of aircraft that want to operate in and out of Barbados. And the mechanism that we put in place for us to be able to do that, Mr. President, was that the user, in this instance, the client, the customer in this instance, would have to pay the associated costs with acquiring the skills required for the certification of what we call the air operator certificate for a particular aircraft. And those are some of the mechanisms that will come to capitalize the Civil Aviation Authority through user fees, through passenger charges, and through potential passenger charges without pushing the cost of airline travel up, because I simply could not have agreed to a further levy on airline tickets when we were already having these kinds of discussions. But at the same time, the Civil Aviation Authority has to be navigated. The Grand Islands Airport has to be capitalized, security fees have to be capitalized, and those are the things that constitute the difficult decisions of governance, Mr. President. It looks easy from on the outside when we can just say, you shouldn't do that, or we should do this, or you need this, and you need that. And I hear those conversations sometimes, but sometimes, I promise you, there's so much more in that mortar than in the pestle. But I give the commitment that this is something that has received extensive attention. Papers have been written by our experts and our consultants, and it will be given the due consideration of the government to ensure that we keep the public purse secure. Now, Senator Malalou made important points about the financial statements, and there is a provision in the Public Finance Management Act that allows for reporting by central government, by state-owned enterprises, and by commercial state-owned enterprises on an annual basis and on a half-yearly basis. And it also allows for surcharges to be levied by the person who we know as a Director of Finance and Economic Affairs if the information is not submitted in a timely manner or if the information is incorrect. So there are mechanisms, and that legislation was passed through this chamber in 2019, and so we have the mechanisms there. Now, let me pause for a moment and come back to Senator Malalou's second part of his question to say something that I forgot to say earlier in terms of transparency and accountability. Mr. President, transparency and accountability is important, yes, and stakeholder buy-in is important, yes. It is for that reason, Mr. President, that I took a paper to Cabinet in 2021 proposing the establishment of a Civil Aviation Authority's Transition Committee. It includes all of the stakeholders that are technically a part of the process, all of the agencies that are involved in the process, and it also includes the labor union that represents the workers that work in the sector. There was and there is continuously, we mustn't throw these terms about transparency and accountability just because we may not know, when in actual fact the structures are very much in place for all of the stakeholders and have been established by government, by the cabinet, approved by the government, and it is chaired not even by me, it is chaired by the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Tourism and International Transport, who convenes those meetings with all of the stakeholders to ensure that there is transparency and accountability and that everybody on this transition committee is able to see all of the specifics of the legislation. There will then be the part of the committee will have the relationship, has had the relationship, I should say, with our various consultants who are here, and then they will usher us through the process of transitioning with everybody on board. I have even had instances, Mr. President, where over the course of time, we had the air traffic controllers who I met with one morning at 7:30. For the purpose of bringing them up to speed on where we were, what we were doing. So the fact that I may not know doesn't mean that all the stakeholders in the sector do not know and that therefore there's no transparency or accountability. And we must be careful about saying things like that. Now, I want also, Mr. President, to then go back to, and I will come to the points raised by Senator Maynard as well, but I want to go back to Senator Malalou's second point. And he spoke about facilitation and poor health and those kinds of things. And it's a fair point. We have all been on an aircraft, sitting, waiting for the stairs to come to the aircraft, and then for those persons to hustle and go back down the stairs, and we understand that this sometimes can be something that we don't understand. But you know what, Mr. President, we, in Port Health, they hand over the information to Port Health in person, yes. They do so in other international airports as well. We just don't see them when they come to the air bridge. Very much there. We also, Mr. President, receive that information electronically by way of advanced passenger information, and that is submitted to the agencies. There is also an agency that deals with advanced customs information and advanced passenger information called the JRCC. And all of the information, whether agriculture, health, immigration, or customs, is submitted in advance, and it is the reason why the actual documentation which was submitted electronically. How many times, Mr. President, have we been on board a plane and we hear, or in an airport, we hear that they're paging passengers so and so and so and so on a given flight heading to, and if you don't come, your bags are going to be taken off of the aircraft. Because, Mr. President, the advanced passenger information system will submit the persons who are booked to travel on that plane and who have been submitted to go before. But if a passenger is taken off, Mr. President, then that advanced passenger information has to be updated by that which is submitted when that person lands, when that plane actually lands. So there's always a reconciliation of that which comes in advance and that what happens when the plane actually lands. But I want to say, though, that I take the point about the need for us to depend far more heavily on technology, and I support that fully. Now, Senator Maynard spoke about the unmanned civil aviation issues. Well, specifically, we call them drones. Those are not captured in this legislation, except insofar as they do make some reference to it. We even had, I believe, one of the last changes we had a meeting with the full team and the Attorney General, and the Attorney General was, one of the changes we agreed in that discussion was on the definition of pilots. And that was meant to include pilots not only of aircraft as we are traveling on them, but unmanned aerial aircraft. The Civil Aviation Department, and I want to, in a sidebar conversation with Senator Maynard, I misspoke. The Barbados Civil Aviation Department regulates only recreational use of drones, recreational and not commercial. Military use falls under the National Security Council, so it would not fall underneath there, and that's the reason why the legislation actually speaks expressly to exemptions for that purpose. It is not governed under this legislation. But there's a broader issue, Mr. President, around legislation that comes to this chamber and to the other place, but that is being dealt with by the Law Reform Commission. Mr. President, this legislation, Order Number 2, and the 2 subsidiary pieces of legislation under Order Number 3 correspond to a number of other pieces of legislation, and there are consequential amendments that are listed in here, including but not limited to the Airports Act, because we have to speak to that and there has to be some changes in the definition. But there will also be at least 2 additional pieces of subsidiary legislation, one relating to civil aviation unmanned aircraft systems. There's a draft Civil Aviation Unmanned Aircraft Systems Bill, and then a second piece of legislation which speaks, and this is recreational, and a second piece of legislation which speaks to the commercial management of unmanned aircraft systems. Now, on the basis of the current regime, the Civil Aviation Department has approximately 5 main areas for drone activity. The last changes which were made were for recreational purposes, were made in 2020. And so we have Sterling Lynch's in St. Philip, Dash Valley in St. George, Colin Savannah, St. John, and then the last one which was added was in Vaucluse. And so there is separate legislation outside of this which will come alongside or will be passed alongside of this particular piece of legislation specifically to deal with unmanned aviation aircraft systems. And so we will have an opportunity to be able to go through what that looks like and how it is applied and what the specifics are, because Senator Maynard is absolutely right. There has been so much that has happened in technology over the last several years, and the ability to be able to treat to these things both positively and in some way, some instances, defensively, it is going to be critical. But you won't see everything sometimes in a single piece of legislation. Now, finally, the point of regulations. You're right. There are going to be substantial regulations that go along with this legislation. And they will very much speak to the issues that you have raised about transparency and predictability as well. I have had partners come to me on more than one occasion to say, what is the objective process, not the subjective process, by which an aircraft operations, an AOC certificate is given? On what basis are we certifying pilots? What are the objective mechanisms that are being used? And those things are worked out in regulations. Again, those are things that are worked out in regulations on the basis of ICAO, not on the basis of Barbados, not on the basis of my say-so alone, but on the basis of ICAO and the technical expertise that they have provided to Barbados to ensure that we are there. Now, what we have done, and one of the last things that I would have done before I left that ministry and transitioned out, was to speak to the establishment of what we call a regulatory sandbox. And Mr. President, you would know this from a different area of activity, which I am also now navigating, which is on international business, and ensuring that we are able to keep pace with evolving regulations and to have model drafts and model text always readily available, so we're never in a position where we fall behind the curve in the way that we were not necessarily keeping pace with the curve. And so we now are looking to make sure that as we can see down the pipeline, we know that there are regulations coming in a number of areas. We are working to ensure that we have those coming into Barbados and keeping pace and keeping ahead of the curve. Because there are countries, Mr. President, that were Category 1 and were downgraded to Category 2. There were civil aviation authorities that attained the highest standard and then dropped back down. And so we have to make sure that not only do we reach the standard, that we maintain the standard and then begin to exceed it. And so these are some of the key things, Mr. President, that I wanted to be able to respond to and to share with the colleagues. I want to also give Senator Maynard the assurance that when we were developing the draft bill on drones for recreational purposes, that in 2021, I did lead a virtual, at the time we were in the midst of COVID, but even with COVID, I did have a full virtual consultation with the entire community, including the association representing unmanned aviation systems, some of the enthusiasts who follow drones, and all of them who were invited that came. There were many who were not able to come. There were even some people who live abroad and who shared their inputs. And the bill was drafted with a view to ensuring that all of the stakeholders can have an opportunity to feed in and to benefit from newly established legislation and in due course as well, newly established regulations. So, Mr. President, I want to thank you all again for your input into the draft into the discussion today, the debate on this piece of legislation, and I beg to move on that basis that this bill now be read a second time.
The question is that this bill be read a second time. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The things the ayes have it. Comments?
Mr. President, I beg to move that Your Honor do not leave the chair and the Senate dissolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill.
The question is that I do not leave the chair and the Honorable Senate resolve itself in the committee for further consideration of this bill. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The things the ayes have it.
The Senate is now in committee.
Madam Chair, as indicated by an earlier senator, this is a very long bill. And if we had to call with clauses, we'd be probably here till 6 o'clock. So I'm seeking the Senate's permission to call in parts.
Permission granted.
Thank you. Clause 1, Clause 1 to start with.
The chair recognizes Senator Dr. Brathwaite.
Thank you kindly, Deputy President of the Senate. Before we consider all the clauses, I just wanted to make a small statement which responds to Senator Cummins' explanation with respect to costs.
No. Senator,
Can you
I'm
hear me?
sure that your statement has much food for thought contained. Unfortunately, I'm not clear what you're raising on it. I don't think that this is the time for you to raise. So if you're going to respond to the senator, you will perhaps have to do it appropriately under one of the clauses or on some under one of the clauses when they're raised.
It's just an extension, Vice President, of what I said earlier.
I'm going to
It
let.
has to do with the administrative.
No. We are now in committee, and therefore any statement made by the honorable senator has to be made in the context of the section which is before the chamber. Having made your substantive speech on matters relating to the general legislation, you cannot now intervene. I'm suggesting to the senator that I do want to hear you because I know that your contributions normally have great substance, but I have to bring you within the umbrella of the rules, and I'm attempting to do that by suggesting to you that if you look at a section which will come up in committee under which your comments will naturally fall, you can then raise them at that time.
Thank you, Vice President. I'll be guided accordingly. Thank you.
I am so glad that you did not resist me. Honorable Leader of the House.
So it's clause 1. Clause 1.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that clause 1 stand part.
The question is that clause 1 stand part. All honorable senators in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 1, clauses 2 and 3.
The question is that part 1.
No, not yet. Not yet. You just recognizing me.
The honorable leader of the House, of the Senate.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that part 1 stand part.
The question is that part 1 stand part. All honorable senators in favor, please say aye. And those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 2, clauses 4 through 7.
We recognize Senator Cummings.
Part 2, clauses 4, Madam Chairman, I beg to move that part 2, clauses 4 through 7 stand part.
The question is that part 2, clauses 4 through 7 do now stand part. All honorable senators in favor, please say aye. And those against, please say nay. The ayes have it.
Part 3, clauses 8 through 13.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that part 3, clauses 8 through 13 stand part.
The question is that part 3, clauses 8 through 13 stand part. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. And those against, please say nay. The ayes have it.
Part 4, clauses 14 through 17.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that Part 4, clauses 14 through 17, stand part.
The question is that Part 4, clauses 14 through 17, stand part. All honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. And those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
Part 5, clauses 18 through 24.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that Part 5, clauses 18 through 24, stand part.
The question is that Part 5, clauses 18 through 24 do now stand part. All those senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 6, clauses 25 to 33.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that Part 6, clauses 25 to 33, stand part.
The chair recognizes Senator Dr. Brathwaite.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I just had a small comment which related to the response given by the distinguished leader of government business in the Senate, Senator Cummins, and to say that the question that I raised this morning with respect to costs has nothing to do with belittling in any way the importance of this work and its importance for the future development of civil aviation in Barbados. It is in fact an important advance in our development. And I said this morning, I congratulate the government for the actions that have been taken. But I wanted to make a simple point, which I think I need to reiterate, with respect to financial viability of initiatives that would be approved in this honorable chamber. And I say this in the context of the fact that I am aware that there have been initiatives that have had significant international financial support, that when that financial support is not available, the initiatives become not viable. And I think there's an important point to make with respect to how we approve things, because we wish to approve them with the understanding that they are viable, that they have long-term sustainability, that an initiative as important as this is critical for our country, and the long-term financial stability is assured. But I have lived through situations where initiatives have received substantial international financial support, and when that international financial support is no longer available, they become non-viable. So I just wanted to make that point as a point of reference which we should take into consideration when we consider initiatives as important as this.
And I'm grateful for your intervention, Senator, but I am helping to bring you to conclusion of your very interesting point, but not properly captured under in the committee process as the standing orders require. I know that we're all still learning the process. This is a very new space still. But perhaps there might be some utility to having a general learning session, a conversation with the clerks to guide us as to process, because there is a process for when one is making a general speech. There is a process then where the leader of business, of government business, or any other speaker is speaking on the substance of an issue, and you can rise on a point of order or on several other points, and you can rise on a point of elucidation, and you can challenge them, you can elaborate on points that you made earlier which were being misrepresented perhaps, and that is the structure within which you can intervene. When we come into committee, it is a far more prescribed space and process where how you speak, what you speak to must relate directly to the particular clauses in a specific kind of way. And they do not allow latitude for general speeches. Now, out of an abundance of affection and latitude, I gave you the latitude on this occasion, but I am, you know how our parents would give you a backhand slap and then tell you, come and eat your food. That was their way of saying, well, I slap you to discipline you, but I still love you. So now I will, and that was by way of my extended explanation as to process, and my appeal then to the clerks to help us become more familiar, because I think that it will also build confidence and make for better debates if people have a clear understanding of the rules, how to interrupt, how to intervene, how to engage, how to contradict, how to cut down when necessary. But I want purely to give you, Honourable Senator, the most gentle guidance today.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, just to add, in relation to elucidation, you can only raise on that point if you're actually elucidating your own speech. Just as,
I thank the clerk for that very useful intervention, because the truth is that I've been around these parks for so long, I took it for granted that people knew that, but it was that really was very useful guidance, because I don't think that people necessarily understand that.
Madam President, if you may just
Is
permit.
the limit of my affection for all of you going to be tested now?
Madam President, I just wanted to raise on a point of order, because I understand the ruling that you've just made, but it comes against the backdrop of what I see creeping in a practice now where, when we get to committee, we are reverting to tactics that should be used in the second reading speeches. Last week, when we came into committee, an undertaking was given that we would check with the Parliamentary Reform Commissioner on the usage of a single word or the elimination of that word, and that assurance was not necessarily accepted. And it wasn't saying that the Honourable Senator who made the objection was begrudgingly doing so. But there is a process in committee. And we also had a situation where after the Senate voted on a bill, a senator rose to ask if we understood what we had voted on, and brought the proceedings to a halt, because we then had to stop to find out what was going on. I think these bad practices are happening because we are not necessarily all sure about the processes by which we pass these bills. So that what the Honourable Senator just gave was really a response to the Leader of Government Business in her concluding speech, which is not possible under our rules. So that we understand and accept the point that he's made, but the committee stage cannot now be used as a place to canvass responses to the rapid speech of the minister leading the debate. Thank you, Madam President. That President.
I thank Senator Nichols for his very useful intervention, but this is why I appealed earlier to the clerks. When we come into this space, we receive a copy of the standing orders. We read them, but without context. If you are not a member of this chamber and you are hearing debate, you listen to it from the perspective of a point, whether political sympathy or some point of social or economic interest, or just to hear good debate. You are not listening with a view to what the rules require and whether or not the rules are being complied with. So that when we all came in, we got copies of the standing orders, but we didn't see them in a living context. We are reading words on a page. So this is why I'm saying, now that we have gone through some weeks of activity, and some of us are newer in the space than others, it may perhaps be useful to have a working session that treats to the standing orders, how they're to be used, what's appropriate, what's not appropriate. So, because I don't think that any senator, and I give all honorable senators the benefit of the doubt, I do not think that any honorable senator is deliberately misapplying, misusing, or attempting to corrupt the process of the rules and standing orders, so that we want to learn together, so that we can have an exceptionally well-functioning Senate. And I look forward to the cooperation of all members and to the clerks for responding to my request. And with all of that, I've forgotten where we are, so if somebody could remind me. We are at part 7 now?
No, part 7.
Part 5, and that was sections.
Part 6, not 5.
Well, the whole house is unclear.
No, under administrative and financial provisions.
Part 6.
Under which he wrote
So,
25 to 33?
So-
It's part 6, 25
yes,
to
so
33.
part 6, clauses 25 to 33.
The question is, part 6, clauses 25 to 33 do now stand part. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? And those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Part 7, clauses 34 to 39.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that part 7, clauses 34 to 39 do now stand part.
Question is that part 7, clauses 34 to 39 do now stand part. All honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. And those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Part 8, clauses 40 to 65.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that part 8, clauses 40 to 65 stand part.
The question is that part 8, clauses 40 to 65 do now stand part. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. And those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Part 9, clauses 66 to 71.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that part 9, clauses 66 through 71 stand part.
The question is that part 9, clauses 66 to 71 do now stand part. With those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 10, clauses 72 to 77.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that part 10, clauses 72 to 77 do now stand part.
The question is that part 10, clauses 72 to 77 do now stand part. All those honorable senators in favor, please say aye. And those against, would you please say no? The ayes have it.
Part 11, clauses 78 to 86.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that part 11, clauses 78 through 86 do now stand part.
The question is that part 11, clauses 78 to 86 do now stand part. Will all those in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Part 12, clauses 87 to 100.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that part 12, clauses 87 through 100 stand part.
The question is that part 12, clauses 87 through 100 do now stand part. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. And those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Part 13, clauses 101 through 103.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that part 13, clauses 101 to 103 stand part.
Question is that part 13, clauses 101 to 103 do now stand part. Will those in favor please say aye? Aye. Will those against please say no? The ayes have it.
Part 14, clauses 104 to 110.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that Part 14, clauses 104 to 110 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 14, clauses 104 to 110 do now stand part. Will those in favor please say aye?
Aye.
Will those against please say no? The ayes have it.
Part 15, clauses 111 to 129.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that Part 15, clauses 111 to 129 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 15, clauses 111 to 129 do now stand part. Please, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Part 16, clauses 130 to 153.
Madam Chairman, we're nearing the end. I beg to move that Part 15, clauses 130 through 153 do now stand. Through 16, clauses 130 through 153.
The question is, with Part 16, clauses 113 to 153 do now stand part. Will those in favor say aye, please?
Aye.
And will those against say no? The ayes have it.
First schedule.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that the first schedule be the schedule to the bill, be the first schedule to the bill.
The question is that the first schedule be the schedule to the bill.
First schedule.
The first schedule be the first schedule to the bill. Will those in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. The ayes have it.
Second schedule.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that the second schedule be the second schedule to the bill.
The question is that the second schedule be the second schedule to the bill. Those in favor please say aye.
Aye.
Those against please say no. The ayes have it.
Third schedule.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that the third schedule be the third schedule to the bill.
The question is that the third schedule be the third schedule to the bill. Will those in favor please say aye? Aye. And those against please say no. The ayes have it.
Fourth schedule.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that the fourth schedule be the fourth schedule to the bill.
The question is that the fourth schedule be the fourth schedule to the bill. Will those in favor please say aye? And those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
The fifth schedule.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that the fifth schedule be the fifth schedule to the bill.
The question is that the fifth schedule be the fifth schedule to the bill. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
The sixth schedule.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that the sixth schedule be the sixth schedule to the bill.
The question is that the sixth schedule be the sixth schedule to the bill. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Report.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that you do not report to His Honor the President of the Senate the passing of one bill in committee.
Question is that we now report to His Honor the President the passing of one bill in committee. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
The President has reported to me the passing of one bill in committee. Oh, the chairman, Madam, has reported to me the passing of one bill in committee. Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, I beg to move the reading of this bill a third time.
The question is that this bill be read a third time. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, it is my pleasure to beg to move that this bill now do pass and be cited as the Civil Aviation Act 2022.
The question is that this bill do not pass and be cited as the Civil Aviation Act 2022. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. This bill is now passed and so cited.
Order number 3, sir. In the name of the Honorable Leader of the Senate, to move the second reading of the Civil Aviation, Air Navigation Services and Investigation of Accidents Bill 2022.
Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, I beg to move that the Senate do now dissolve itself into committee for further.
Second time.
This bill be read a second time.
The question is that this bill be read a second time. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, I beg to move that the Senate do now dissolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill.
The question is that they do not leave the chair and the Honorable Senate resolve itself in the committee for further consideration of this bill. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The Senate is now in committee.
Madam Chairman, as with the previous bill, seek your permission to call this one in parts as well.
Permission granted.
Clause 1.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that Clause 1 stand part.
The question is that Clause 1 do now stand part. Those in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Part 1, Clause 2.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that Part 1, Clause 2 stand part.
Question is that Part 1, Clause 2 stand part. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Part 2, Clauses 3 through 8.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that Part 2, Clauses 3 through 8 stand part.
Question is that Part 2, Clauses 3 through 8 stand part. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. And those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Part 3, Clauses 9 through 13.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that Part 3, Clauses 9 through 13 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 3, Clauses 9 through 13 do now stand part. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Part 4, Clauses 14 through 46.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that Part 4, Clauses 14 through 46 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 4, Clauses 14 through 46 do now stand part. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. And those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Part 5, Clauses 47 through 57.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that Part 5, Clauses 47 through 57 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 5, Clauses 47 through 57 do now stand part. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Report.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that you do not report to His Honor the President the passing of one bill in committee.
The question is that I do now report to His Honor the President the passing of one bill in committee. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
The chairman has reported to me the passing of one bill in committee. Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, I beg to move this bill now be read a third time.
The question is that this bill be read a third time. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill do now pass and be cited as a Civil Aviation, Air Navigation Services and Investigation of Accidents Act 2022.
The question is that this bill do not pass and be cited as the Civil Aviation, Air Navigation Services and Investigation of Accidents Act 2022. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. This bill is now passed and so cited.
Order number 4, sir. In the name of the Honorable Minister of State in the Prime Minister's office, to move the passing of a resolution to approve in accordance with Section 5 of the Land Acquisition Act, Chapter 228, the compulsory acquisition by the state of parcels of land situate at Kensington New Road and at Beckles Land, New Orleans, in the parish of St. Michael in this island, for the public purpose of housing development.
Senator Dr. Monroe Knight.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I rise to speak to the resolution before us, I hope you don't mind, Mr. President, if I do take this time to welcome back Madam Deputy President. It's always good to hear your voice. I don't know that there are persons who are perhaps younger than yourselves, or let me say of a lesser age, that would have been able to work as hard as you did in Egypt during COP27, and then immediately come back home to this honorable chamber and stand on their feet and deliver as you did, Madam Deputy President. So kudos to you. Mr. President, as I speak to this resolution, I do also want to note that certainly the work that Madam Deputy President was doing as she labored along with the senior public officers who were with her at COP27 is not divorced from this topic. This resolution to move residents from an area that is flood prone in the area of Murphy's Land speaks to the heart of the issues about how, as a country, we are going to also be able to adapt to the ongoing climate issues that will impact us. During COP27, the ambassador, in her role then as head of the delegation, would have been speaking to issues of mitigation, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, the issues of adaptation, how will we adapt to these climate events, and also the issues of loss and damage as well. So that in the context of an adverse event, what happens after? How do we address those losses? We have come to accept, certainly, Mr. President, living in Barbados, living in the Caribbean, living in a small island developing states, that we will have hurricanes, that we will have flooding, that we will have natural disasters. We think of it as a way of life, Mr. President. But what climate change is doing is actually exacerbating those conditions that we have said to ourselves that we need to be able to live with, such that they are imperiling our very way of life. I don't know, Mr. President, if this honourable chamber will remember that just a couple of months ago, we had a report of flooding in Pakistan. And while, as we would all appreciate, Pakistan is used to flooding in the context of its monsoon season, what happened was that flooding was 3 times above the 30-year average of floods in Pakistan. It killed 1,500 persons and displaced 30 million. It displaced 30 million. We have reports that sea level rise, for instance, in the UK, will displace another 200,000 persons, Mr. President. And very often, we see and we hear these issues and we don't necessarily relate them to our very everyday lives. So that the work that Madam Deputy President was doing in the context of COP27, the work that our Prime Minister has been advocating about, is very much about our everyday and present reality. As I said before, Mr. President, those things that we have said to ourselves that we accept in this context will make our lives unlivable. The relocation of those 7 households, and I emphasize that 7 households because unfortunately, there are those who hear what they want to hear and report what they want to report as opposed to reporting the facts. And as in the other place, as it was emphasized that there were 7 households and not the entirety of all of the households in the area, we are relocating those 7 households, again, because they are in the direct vicinity of flooding that impacts how they live, impacts their well-being, Mr. President. And the fact is that if the government does not step in and address it, that in the context that I've been describing of climate change, we will even see further adverse impacts for those residents. Mr. President, I want to also note as well that this resolution, and we've had several resolutions such as these are intended to allow for the government to compulsory acquire land for housing purposes. And this falls very much within the ambit of the government's silent revolutions, as indicated in the budget, because it is extremely critical for us to be able to address the socio-economic conditions of people in a holistic and comprehensive way. The silent revolution on housing, yes, it is about providing affordable housing for Barbadians, but it goes further. It is not just about the nature of the housing, it's not just about the shelter, but it is about the type of shelter, it's about the quality of shelter that is provided. It's about the extent to which when Barbadians and families can walk into their houses and feel a sense of pride. It is when they can look within, around their environs and feel a certain sense of safety, a certain sense of comfort, Mr. President. This is something that we all want, you and I. And so that in the context of having residents who are in direct areas of ongoing flooding that they have been living with for some time, and Mr. President, I want to admit and indicate that the government has tried to provide some alleviation. There was an attempt to have a water catchment facility built, but we recognize that that was not sufficient in order to be able to alleviate the situation, and more so in the context of the development of that canal, you then had residents who were then became situated right next to the canal. So you had a compounding of the situation, Mr. President. So that the context of moving those 7 households from Murphy Pasture in order to ensure that we can relocate them and address the issues that they are facing speaks also very fundamentally to the question that was asked, Mr. President, on this floor in this chamber earlier. What type of government are we? What type of government are we? And I'm suggesting to you, Mr. President, in the context of this resolution, the government is saying to those households, those men and women in Murphy Pasture, and also right throughout Barbados, that this government understands that economic transformation, understands that as we try to address the issues of the economy, that we have to be careful that we bring Barbadians along. We have to be careful that we listen to and take care of the very concerns of Barbadians. That yes, as we've heard on this floor, Mr. President, that we are going after and driving for investment, that we also understand the importance of addressing the situations of the vulnerable within our society. Because, Mr. President, the issue of flooding in Murphy Pasture is not just an issue of, yes, water will come and that those residents will have some level of discomfort. It's more than that. As I talked about it before, Mr. President, it's about well-being. It's about comfort. But there's also an objective situation, Mr. President, of the fact that where you have water and flooding, you also have mosquitoes, you will also have rodents, and that will also impact the health of those residents. Mr. President, you and I, and most of us in here, I can't speak to everybody's situation, but I'm going to assume, will leave from here and go into our homes of relative comfort, where we don't have to necessarily worry about the extent to which perhaps water will come and rain will fall and our belongings will be wet and soggy. We don't have to necessarily, Mr. President, worry about the extent to which we will not be sure that when we open our doors that we are not walking into floods of water. We don't have those worries. And very often, because for those of us who don't have those worries, we forget that there are others in Barbados who are living in situations, Mr. President, that directly affect their well-being as a fundamental right, because housing is a fundamental right, Mr. President. And like I said before, not just any type of housing, but quality housing. And this government is saying, Mr. President, this resolution in the context of the housing revolution, that this government is intent on, that we fully understand the nexus between housing and also creating resilience in communities, the nexus between housing and well-being, the nexus between housing and helping people to adapt to climate change as well by making sure that we have solutions for adaptation as well. It is demonstrating that we understand the nexus, Mr. President, between breaking generational cycles of poverty and housing. That if we can ensure that those households that are impacted, yes, by flooding, but also impacted by the possibility of having their health impacted, that are also impacted by their well-being, being negatively impacted by their situation, that if we can move those households out, that what we are doing is lifting households as well out of a situation and creating a new environment as well that immediately causes all of them to be able to look at life differently. And if we don't understand that, Mr. President, it's because, again, those of us that are in relatively good comfort may have forgotten that that very old Bajan thing about owning that piece of the rock and what that means to us fundamentally, about turning that key, but also as well how much we take pride in our homes and in our surroundings, because it means something to us. It says something about us. It makes us feel good. And we have to be sure, Mr. President, that in the context of our housing policy, that we are giving those that are most vulnerable the exact same opportunities to have the exact same sense of pride in their surroundings and where they live as those of us who are in relatively good comfort have the opportunity to do. Mr. President, in the context of examining the conditions of those persons within Murphy-Pasteur, we realize as well that there are communities still in Barbados that have pit toilets. And again, Mr. President, we become uncomfortable in the context of what we know and perceive to be the modern Barbados, to come to terms with the fact that we still have communities that have pit toilets. And I want to say, Mr. President, that I am also going to suggest that there's also a judgment about those communities and households and families where you find those pit toilets. Why? How come? Them can't get running water. What happening? But it is in those contexts, Mr. President, that the state has a responsibility to its citizens to be able to step in, Mr. President, and be able to create the environment for those residents, for those communities, in order to be able to flourish. It is the responsibility of this government, it is the commitment of this government to do this. Because we understand, again, Mr. President, the linkage between having households that have that sense of pride and their ability as well to be able to contribute. Mr. President, there was a study by UN ECLAC in September of 2022, and it was looking at this issue of affordable housing in the region. And that study noted that inadequate and poor housing is a contributing factor to the intergenerational reproduction of poverty. It also identified, Mr. President, that poor housing and inadequate housing and the environs in which such housings are found is one of the clear gaps that identifies an expression of inequality, and reflect long-standing development gaps between those who live in middle and high-income formal neighborhoods and those living in poor or informal settlements. That study, Mr. President, also suggested that addressing this gap is crucial to building a more just society and cannot be decoupled from sustainable development ambitions, Mr. President. That statement within itself says to us, again, as I've been saying, that the issue that this resolution is attempting to address is far deeper than just moving a couple of people from one location to the other. But that as a country, if we are committed fundamentally to sustainable development and to the sustainable development goals and understand the interlinkage that the sustainable development goals have, then we are able to clearly see that the government is trying to undertake a comprehensive solution to address a problem. Mr. President, the government could go in and it could attempt another fix to the flooding problem. It could build a wider canal than the one that was built at 2 feet, 2 by 2. Yeah, 2 feet, 2 feet, 2 feet wide, 2 feet deep. Yeah, it can attempt to do that. But the government in its analysis didn't just only look at the issue of the flooding. And the report, Mr. President, from the Urban Development Corporation looked not only at what are the causes of the flooding and how can we alleviate it, but fundamentally, it also looked at what are the living conditions of these residents. What are the living conditions of these residents? And so that the relocation is also about ensuring that we can provide these households with housing solutions, and I'm going to always use the word that I use, that are fit, Mr. President, fit for purpose in the context of providing the level of comfort, Mr. President, or providing the level of household resilience and well-being that is necessary. It is also, Mr. President, part of government's wider urban rejuvenation program. It cannot be delinked, Mr. President, because very often we like to think in silos. The government is doing this housing resolution, and the government is also fixing this problem over here. But really and truly, the attempt in our policy matrix, Mr. President, is to make sure that we provide and create an ecosystem, particularly for the most vulnerable in our societies, to be able to survive, and not just survive, because very often we want to treat to the most vulnerable sometimes, Mr. President, in a way in which we can give them something and let them be comfortable. This government is saying no. This government recognizes the need to create that ecosystem. It is for that reason, Mr. President, that we are also reforming the welfare system, Mr. President. It is for that reason, Mr. President, that we are also, as well, having a training revolution that can be ensured that persons can be employed, and we were talking about it, Mr. President, before, to take up some of the specialty jobs through the government itself, bearing the cost of providing the inputs so that we can ensure that we can bring everybody along with us. The idea of urban renewal and urban rejuvenation is also about ensuring that in the context of inner city and urban areas, that we are able to create environments that change people's outlook, that provide people with a different way of seeing their reality through a simple thing of providing housing. And so in the context, Mr. President, of how this government is intended to allocate its scarce resources, resolutions such as this become a priority for the government. It is as much a priority as anything that we have done. Because, Mr. President, there is a clear understanding of the need to ensure that we lift Barbadians. And in the context of this particular resolution, those households in the context of Murphy Pastor that have been continually suffering from this problem, that then we are able not just to go in to tinker, not just to go in to put a plaster, but that we address not just the problem of the flooding, but we also address the higher level and more structural issue of the standard of living, Mr. President. Mr. President, I close by suggesting to this honorable chamber, as I've done at the start, that we ought to see this resolution in a wider framework. A wider framework, as I started, Mr. President, in the context of climate change. Because if this government does not address this issue for these residents and for others through its housing revolution, we will then have a greater level of impact. All of the analysis suggests that we will have greater levels of floods, more severe hurricanes, more adverse impacts from climate change. So we cannot afford, Mr. President, to continue to have residents in areas such as these exposed and left to address the issue on their own, but that this government is demonstrating who we are in relation to how we see our people and where they must go in terms of development. Mr. President,
Speakers? Senator Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I was trying very hard to resist the temptation to be anecdotal. I confess that I have failed. I grew up in the city, sir. As you know, I don't think that a lot of people know. And therefore, the city, urban Barbados, I grew up on Baxter's Road. Urban Barbados is very close to me. And the development and upliftment of communities in urban Barbados is something about which I was passionate. And in fact, sir, when I came to active politics in choosing a constituency, not only did I choose, I made some very deliberate decisions. When I went to St. James South, I had been asked by a number of constituencies to consider running. I chose St. James South because it had never been won by the Labour Party in the history of politics in Barbados, and I felt that it was partly because we had never chosen a really young candidate who was prepared to stay in there and keep fighting, and was prepared to lose a couple times on the road to victory. I'm pleased to say that that strategy worked, and I did become the MP on my second attempt. And I'm saying that to aspiring politicians in here or elsewhere. The first time that I ran, I was beaten 5-1, which is perhaps one of the worst political beatings that you could get. I was not deterred because I was determined that I was going to serve the people of St. James South and the Barbados Labour Party. And I went on to become the MP for St. James South. I chose St. James South because it had as well, not only was it a microcosm of the socio-economic makeup of Barbados, but it had a large urban sprawl across Halls and Durance Village, which to some extent had more of a profile of rural villages, and then the large community of Haynesville, because I wanted to give service in urban Barbados. I remember, and I've started broad and I'm bringing it closer to Murphy's pasture, sir. In the 1970s, when drainage in the city was extremely bad, when there was very poor guttering, when in the days, sir, and I know that you lived in rural Barbados, and therefore, like my own experience, yours would have been, and indeed some senators, honorable senators in here, that very few people had televisions. There was little electrification, very poor bus services, not a lot of pipe-borne water. And when you walk the street at night in darkness, the very few people who had television would stand out because the glow would come from the door or from the window, and people in the community would be standing at the window, peeping in, watching the few TV shows. I think TV went off at maybe 6 or 7 o'clock. And when the householders who had the fortune of the television got tired of people looking in their house, they would close the door, the window, and you would have to find your way home. All of that has been part of my life experience, sir. And I remember having to write an essay when I was in primary school before going on to secondary school about the very bad floods of October 1970. And I remember it because I was living on Baxter's Road. And because all of Murphy Pasture, all the Earlines, as we call it, floodway, sir. And I saw with my eyes, and hope never to see again, fishermen in Moses on the streets of Baxter's Road and in the Orleans, rescuing people from the windows of houses. Saw it with my eyes, sir. Moses on the streets of the city. That is the history to flooding in Murphy Pasture. And I'm saying it because we come in here and we talk in the abstract, but we do not understand the history and the life experience. And this, I'm a child, 9, 10 years old. October 1970, I would have been 9 years old. Watching this, terrified as water is flooding the street. And there are these fishermen coming through with these boats, taking people out of the windows of their houses, little children, putting them into the boats and taking them off, all through the city. And I remember when Billy Miller, Dame Billy now, ran for the city and started to talk about things like canalization of Murphy Pasture and the Orleans, of proper drainage. I started to hear her talking about Bridgetown being below sea level, and I'm saying, what she mean? Just go to the sea? How you mean it below sea level? Not fully appreciating the context of climate change and what it meant to have low-lying areas in the city. So a lot of transformation work has gone on. In fact, in Jeanette, the only people, or the only person to die, died in the city of Bridgetown from flooding in Jeanette of 1955. So Bridgetown is a city below sea level with a history of severe flooding that has warranted policy responses that have made a difference to people's lives and transformed the context of urban Barbados, the appearance of the city, and the quality of life and housing in the city. So people who know London Board Towers and Kensington Lodge and all of these housing developments that came under previous BLP administration do not understand the kind of rapid and substantive transformation that took place with Billy Miller as MP. And she used to say, sir, that she went to bed every night with the Bridgetown redevelopment plan in bed with her, and that when she turned in the morning after saying her prayers, her next point of reference was the Bridgetown redevelopment plan. You, Mr. President, and I would have lived hearing that from Dame Billy for the longest time, but she had a vision for the city that I must confess I've not really heard articulated by any MP before or since her in terms of how she was going to transform the physical space, the urban space, the quality of life, the housing, the drainage, the roads, bringing activity into the city, creating points of interest, beautifying the city, and a lot of the physical development work of transformation has to be attributable to her. And I'm saying that, sir, because we wait till people are gone to sing their praises, but really she deserves very high praise. So I am happy to see that the work of the Barbados Labour Party in transforming St. Michael, urban Barbados, but in particular the city, and that a stone's throw from where I grew up, that these 7 houses are going to be moved to improve their conditions because they are still extremely vulnerable in times of severe flooding and extreme bad weather. And I want to make the point, sir, I want to locate my comments again under this in the context of climate change. While we are moving these particular householders and this block of the community, we really have to consider what is going to be our own national adaptation plan and response to the issue of climate change. Because it isn't just these houses on Murphy Pasture. The reality is that many islands in the Pacific are sinking because of sea level rise. The reality is that Bridgetown is a low-lying coastal area with water coming into the center of the city itself, right up to what people call the Swing Bridge. The reality is that Barbados's major installation for police stations, radio stations, hospitals, whether it is at Black Rock, whether it is at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, are in major flood zone areas within a kilometer or so of the coastline. And if we have an extreme weather event, getting people to or from a hospital, the Queen Elizabeth, is going to be problematic. Getting people in and out of fire stations, getting people in and out of police stations and other critical response services because of their location. And it has to become part of our physical development planning when we look at our adaptation strategies, where we are going to put particular kinds of facilities, whether more of them are going inland, whether we are going to move them out of flood zones, how we are going to relocate and plan for the future, because not only is climate change real, it is advancing at a rapid pace. And already, people don't realize that people talk about the boardwalk and how beautiful it is, but the boardwalk was a climate change response. It was an engineering solution to the substantial erosion and loss of the South Coast beaches and what that meant for the communities there, for property owners there, and for our tourism product on the South Coast. Because let us understand, we have the West Coast tourists and we have the South Coast tourists, and the two are very different types of tourists looking for different types of accommodation in terms of cost, in terms of social activity and relaxation. The tourists on the West Coast tends to be older, more affluent, more sedentary, given to certain types of lifestyles, whereas the South Coast tend to be younger, more racy bunch, looking for more activity, less affluent, etc., etc. They're the ones that are going into Chefette on the coast. They're the ones going into Kentucky. They are the ones eating by cuz when did they come. They are not the ones dining at the Cliff or QP. They're not the ones at Tides. Different market altogether. And therefore, if we were to protect that component of our tourism market, all the jobs that went with it, we had to engineer the solution. And I smile, and I think I've made the observation in here before, that as minister, I had to fight very hard because a lot of the people who are now applauding and talking about what a great project it is were deeply opposed to it and refused to give permission for us to pass the boardwalk across small parcels of land. We heard all about the old thieves that we were going to be bringing to break in the place when the night come, that they would lose their privacy, all kinds of things. It is now in the past. It bears the name of Sir Richard, and we are all pleased with the kinds of social and recreational activity, with the beautification, with the way it has created greater access to properties and revenue and other opportunities for other people. But once again, I'm framing the history, because either we don't tell it or we forget it. So I'm framing the history. So that we have to consider, and on the South Coast, there are also a number of pit toilets. The Honourable Minister in her presentation spoke about the socio-economic impacts of pit toilets, what it means for lives of dignity or not having access to full dignity when you know that Barbados is a country that has principally waterborne toilets and you are still living in a using the kind of toilet or sanitary facilities that characterizes a bygone era in this modern time. And our policy to transform that and to change that for people still living in those conditions has legitimacy and must be implemented with alacrity. But let us understand that this is part of a problem of drainage and how we are going to plan for drainage with the onset of climate, which means greater floods, higher levels of desertification, sea level rise, which means things like sargassum seaweed and so on. And I'm going to make a point about that in a hurry, in a little while. So that because we have all of these critical installations in areas where they are at risk, and let us understand that there is a cost to this. We are in here talking about effecting a change that will help people significantly. But let us also accept that there is a cost to doing it. The World Bank has identified the Caribbean as the second most disaster-prone region in the world. In addition, Barbados and the Caribbean is the most debt-burdened region in the world. So when you consider that, and the cost of climate change, adaptation, and mitigation, then you understand why at Egypt we pushed for loss and damage. And let me explain these expressions because we use them thinking that everybody is on board with them. And the truth is they don't necessarily understand. Mitigation is when you use technology to reduce or avert a climate impact. For instance, using the boardwalk to protect your coastline, technology to mitigate. Adaptation is when if you were planning a hotel, for instance, and you know that there is going to be flooding on the beach, then you may reset your hotel baseline back an additional 20 feet or something of the sort. That is adapting to a change that you know is happening as a consequence of climate. And the concept of loss and damage really says that there are some impacts of climate that are so severe that you cannot mitigate against them, nor can you adapt to them. And therefore, you are incurring losses. Let us take the instance of sargassum seaweed, which we believe is a consequence of not sea level rise, but warming ocean temperatures, creating the ambient conditions for the proliferation of this seaweed. It is affecting your fishing stocks. It is smothering your coral reefs. It is forcing your fishermen to go further out to get catches so that you are seeing amberfish or amberjacks, but not flying fish. All of this is loss and damage. Somebody is suffering loss. There is damage here that the government cannot plan for, cannot finance, cannot adapt to, and cannot mitigate against. That is what we mean by loss and damage. And when we speak then about the establishment of a fund in Egypt or at the Egyptian COP for loss and damage, it is a recognition that the behavior and lifestyles of the developed world is causing such severe consequences in a climate crisis that others are pushed onto the front line and are unable to afford. Because you cannot finance your development agenda if you are constantly forced to finance a climate crisis, whether it is severe flooding, whether it is the loss of roofs and houses in a freak storm, whether it is building high-cost engineering barriers to ensure you don't lose your beaches. There is a cost to the climate crisis, and that is why developing countries were saying there has to be loss and damage. We have to be compensated for it. We have to get monies to address this issue. So I'm trying to frame it in the context of the people down in Murphy Pasture who now have to be relocated because flooding. We've had severe rains in Barbados, continuous, heavy all day, can't get out kind of rains. Because of that sort of thing, those people are subject to horrible living conditions, the constant flooding. Those who would have had pit toilets are having bad odors or problems from overflow of wells and so on. When you start to dig in the city, sometimes depending on where you are located, you get to slushy water very, very quickly. There's a cost to that. And therefore, when people ask, why go to Egypt? This is why, that there is a cost to not going. There is a cost to going, yes. There's a benefit to going, yes. But there is a greater cost to not going if we cannot be there to put our case and ensure that we get resources to help the people down in Murphy Pasture and in other areas of Barbados who are the victims of climate change. So let us make the connections. This is not gallivanting. This is not an academic exercise. It isn't about traveling for the sake of traveling. It is about traveling to protect the interests of the people of Barbados. And so as we try to move to a modern Barbados where we put an end to pit toilets, where people have access to good quality homes and good quality public housing, we have to look at this issue of drainage, of greater canalization, of determining the floodplains and how we deal with them appropriately. But this also raises another issue, because the area to which these persons, these householders are going to be located, close then to the Kensington Oval area and in those adjoining and environs, is an area like much of Barbados, urban Barbados, where there are multiple vacant lots and houses. In a situation where you have a waiting list at National Housing of 20,000 people looking for housing units all over Barbados, particularly in urban Barbados, particularly in St. Michael, you have vacant lots and units. And let's understand the social history. It happens when families go away and some members don't come back. It happens when land or property is passed seed to seed without any proper title deeds, and the prospective owner cannot really take ownership of the property because they don't have title deeds. It happens when there are disputed estates and families are fighting over land and property. Miriam paying the land tax because John ain't helping and all of this kind of thing. Not you, Senator. These are the kinds of situations. So you have, and particularly in places like Bank Hall, Queen Mary Road and King This Road, and all of these roads where you had a highbrow middle class of the 60s and 70s, people who worked as clerkesses, as Bajans used to call them, in stores and in banks, when people who looked like me could never get a job at a bank. No matter how bright you were, too black, you just did not fit the profile of the front-facing officer in the bank. You just didn't. And those persons, a lot of them, some lived out in Strathclyde and areas all along Bank Hall and certain parts of Bush Hall. And you see them sometimes, what would once have been very elegant properties have gone into decline as the families have gone into genteel and sometimes not so genteel poverty as their circumstances have changed. Because that was an era when their color alone would have ushered them into a certain kind of job and into a certain income level and status, and the family did not stay trained as things changed. They didn't keep their wealth, so they couldn't hold on to their properties and so on. And a lot of them now, a lot of these properties have seen better days, or are vacant, or falling apart, or overgrown with weeds and so on. And sometimes the Ministry of Health puts up notices to demolish them because of their very poor state. We have, Mr. President, sir, I know both you and I, as former housing ministers, had developed plans to bring a lot of these lots and houses into active use by approaching the landowners, and a whole policy was developed for dealing with them. I believe that that was one of the victims of the former administration, and you know, they crossed over it and said, rest in peace. Meanwhile, people continue to struggle for absence of housing and homes, or appropriate lots. And here we are again, trying to deal with the same thing, and the current Ministry of Housing now planning to develop some plan to deal with it. And I say, let us not reinvent the wheel. Pick back up the old cabinet paper and the policy proposal, elements of which are relevant, valid, and strong still, and suitable to be implemented now, and let that guide the new process. But there has to be a way where, in a small island developing state of such small land size, that we have an active housing program which brings derelict properties and vacant lots into good, sustainable use for the benefit of those who need proper housing, and housing of a particular quality to give dignity to their lives. Far too often, you see people in the newspapers complaining about the conditions in which slumlords have them living, or the fact that the house that they're in is in poor repair and they have to pay the rent, or the landlord puts them out, but the landlord did nothing. I know that there are some tenants who really take advantage of the landlords too. I mean, no doubt about that. But let us try to deal with housing as a comprehensive tool for upward social transformation, and for ensuring that Barbados becomes the largest property owning democracy in the region of the Caribbean. There had been a loan negotiated with the IDB for urban redevelopment, and we had identified a number of communities in St. Michael East, in the city, even one in St. James South that people would not even realize have been there, that all had these same characteristics. St. Thomas, yes. And really, I don't know where we are with that loan, whether we are paying commitment fees on it, whether... Oh, I'm now being told that the last administration canceled it, and they like to parade as the party of the poor and the poor black man, but they didn't think that the poor and the poor black man needed any proper housing. So you have a loan negotiated with IDB to upgrade all of these areas in St. Michael, where people are living in subhuman conditions, and they canceled the loan. I do not know why they don't speak about these things, and how their maladministration affected not just the economy and society as a broad construct, but really impacted in a negative and serious way, whether it was in not paying for people's education to denying them housing. The average Barbadian suffered because of the poor quality of government that we saw under the Democratic Labour Party, and that they have the gall to be prancing up every time they perceive that there is a minor error. I want to tell them to prance down, because the facts, when they are presented to them about how cancelling an IDB loan that will allow for housing upgrade, for community upgrade, for dignity, for development, I want them to prance up on that. The so-called party for the poor and small black man. Because their policy is to keep people small and poor. Now, I know we can't stop them from being black, but it has never been the policy of the Barbados Labour Party to keep them small or poor. It has never been our policy to ensure that we keep people dependent on us for handouts, but to give them dignity, education for upward mobility, and to put policies in place which transform their social circumstances. So insofar as we see remaining these major pockets of poverty characterized by poor housing, which we see generations of cycles of generations of poverty, we need to intervene and break that. We need to intervene and break that, so that the lives of the families so affected are transformed. I want then, sir, as I look toward a landing zone, since we talked about aviation later in the day, to make just a couple more points. I would want to make two suggestions. While many of these ideas and policy intentions are good, strong, worthy, and worthwhile, we must not fall down on the matter of implementation. We must not fall down on the matter of implementation. And therefore, I welcome the creation by the Prime Minister of senior ministers responsible for broad areas and oversight of these to help to accelerate and strengthen implementation. At the same time, it is my view that we need a connection between the political policy oversight and the administration level. And it seems to me that that can only come if we appoint a supra PS, a person who is responsible for the liaison between the senior ministers or among senior ministers, who will then engage individual PSs across the spectrum to determine how fast we are going on the agenda, or if we are moving too slowly. It is of concern to me, and I hear that some PSs do not routinely go through the manifesto with ministers to check off what is done, what is not done, what is outstanding, what is the time frame, developing Gantt charts and targets, so that you get your agenda done, because time goes very quickly in a political cycle. And therefore, the administration, the implementation have to be strengthened. Otherwise, you can find as a government that you have exceptional policy ideas, but you are not getting them implemented at the rate, in the manner that you want, or at all. The second suggestion I would want to make arises out of my own experience, having had to do a major relocation in the city when I was housing minister. And it was one that had to be done extremely rapidly, because we had to clear the space, a community, in order to expand the Kensington Oval for the Cricket World Cup. Can't remember the year. At the time, 2007, at the time, we moved people from houses that were not the best quality and to a community and still within the city community, still within the constituency of the city, so they were not far from home. But yeah, at Barbers Hill, where we created a beautiful green space with lovely trees, nice roads, and it really was an upgrade on what existed before. But had you listened to the radio commentaries or to the news, read the newspapers, one would have believed that we were uprooting these people and throwing them into substandard housing somewhere in the back, behind God's back. And therefore, you can do the right thing for the right reason and still not get the credit and the kudos for it, because the public discussion is being driven by people who have an agenda, a reason to oppose, a reason to make you look bad, etc. So there was, in the public domain, if you had seen the community before, some of the houses, and then if you saw what they were relocated to and how the community was substantially improved, you would not have gotten that from the press. And I am saying, therefore, that part of what we need to do when we do, and I don't know if it is done. If it is, I apologize for making a suggestion of something that might already be in place. But there are a number of projects, of housing projects that government has, whether it's going to be at White Hill in St. Andrew, whether it is going to be here now at Murphy Pasture, that often residents hear these things on the radio, from debates. We don't go into the communities and talk enough with the residents, explain, and again, I mean, when we were doing the South Coast Sewerage Project, people were complaining about disruption. I don't know how you would put a South Coast Sewerage Project in place that is protecting the whole country unless there is some element of disruption. The roads have to be dug up, connections have to be made to people's houses. So any project of this sort, of necessity, entails disruption. It means that people have to move from a space that they have become used to, even if you think it is a horrible place to live. It means that people are moving from their homes. It means that a community is being impacted, and there has to be conversation with these people, not necessarily by the Ministry of Housing going in and having a town hall meeting, even though that is desirable. The MPs have to walk around, and we have to establish, or here's my suggestion, community liaison officers. Train them properly to engage with communities in these circumstances, to understand the social and psychological impacts of moving, to deal with people's fears, to give them details of the project, because sometimes you think you talk to a person in a community meeting or in a town hall meeting, and the truth is they have not grasped everything that you were saying because they've been on the phone, because the person next to them talking, because the children misbehaving and they're telling them, stop, behave yourself every minute. They're just not listening. Or because sometimes officials are speaking in language that people in the community do not fully understand. Or because we are not explaining what it is they are really interested in. Or because they are embarrassed to get up in a crowd and ask a question. And therefore, if you have community liaison officers who can engage directly with households, with members of the community on a one-on-one, hear their questions, answer their questions, take them back to the ministry, come back with an answer, and you can rotate these community liaison officers through various projects. They can work on contract. You don't have to expand the civil service or the state-owned enterprise by a large number of people. It is possible to do these things and to do them well. But in the spirit of transparency, improved communication, and greater engagement with those whom we serve, and improved governance, I think that a mechanism like a community liaison officer would really serve to very effectively deal with some of the challenges and the problems. Often, in the absence of somebody to talk to, you call the general manager of a state-owned enterprise a few times, they don't return your call. You figure the only way you can get attention for your grievance or get your question answered is if you call the media. Or the call-in programs, call the media, call the call-in programs. Same thing. Whereas if you were engaging the community, they would not be so agitated and would not feel that they have no recourse but to go to the media or to social media to deal with the issue. So I hope that this project will be executed well, that we will treat the people with courtesy and explain not just to the people who are moving, but to those who are remaining, how they are going to be impacted by the execution of the project, because if properties are being pushed down and so on, clearly it is going to impact the community, and you are dividing up a community. Some people are leaving the only home that they would have known for a long time. So I speak in support of this change. I'm happy to see this continuing development of the city during the course of my lifetime. I think I will always be a city person at heart. I hope one of these days that I hear about all these condos that are to be built on the waterfront all around the Careenage and heading up Bay Street and so on. I hope that they will not have so many knots behind their price that I'm unable to afford one, and that I can one day move in to a little 1 or 2 bedroom. So in a few years when I retire, I can move into a 1 or 2 bedroom condo, put up my foot on my balcony and watch the boats go by, and I would be in my life as I grew up, sir, in the city of Bridgetown. I'm much obliged to you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Thompson. Senator Angeli Boyce.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. President. I will admit that it is difficult to speak after Senator Thompson. But let us hope that fortune favors the brave. Mr. President, the resolution before the House is about those 7 families at Murphy's Pasture and relocating them and giving them dignity, as we have heard, and giving them dignity out of a situation where that very dignity has been compromised, not by any act of their own, but by the circumstances of our climate, Mr. President. But even as we contemplate the resolution before the House and the particulars of it, moving those individuals, we must locate that move in the context as part of the strategy of development in this country, Mr. President. And it is my view, and it is the view of this government, that development ought to be equitable. The definition of development as practiced by this government includes all of us, Mr. President. It is not development for some and not the others. And it is why we are effecting this move, I think, in the context of a broader rejuvenation of Bridgetown. a rejuvenation of Bridgetown, Mr. President, that, as we debated a couple weeks ago, will see a new uses to the Treasury building. A rejuvenation of Bridgetown that we have already seen the development of green spaces and the use of those spaces for recreational and entertainment uses, Mr. President. And while, and the proposed continued development that will include changes to Queen's Park, bringing the National Cultural Foundation to that site and bringing life to the city as a space for art and creative expression, Mr. President. But while we do all of that, it is important to stop for a moment and to consider the realities of persons who, for one reason or another, have not kept pace with the country's development. And not only stop and take measure of their circumstances, Mr. President, but do something about it. Commit to doing something about it. I speak about equitable development, Mr. President, because it is the only way that Barbados will live up to its promise of being a vibrant and inclusive democracy. The idea that you and I, because of the blessings of God, the particulars of our circumstance, are not challenged with particular things, and that there are others who are and must be assisted to make a living, to find dignity, Mr. President, and to live a life in which they self-actualize, in which they are safe, and which there is certainty, Mr. President. And so I commend the government for this initiative. I commend the government for its broader housing plan to construct 10,000 houses. I commend the government and the Cabinet of Barbados for their commitment that 10% of the housing stock will go to persons with disabilities, Mr. President. All of this part of that vision of equitable development and commitment to equitable development. I want to indicate that when we talk about the rejuvenation of Bridgetown, bringing life to the city, I want to implore the powers that be to ensure that as they build and as they construct, that they consider the realities of persons with disabilities. And that they make easy and accessible the ability to traverse the city independently, Mr. President, and that they consider the principles of universal design, principles that make the environment accessible for all of us, irrespective of physical or cognitive ability. This is not, and I say generally, that development is not a theoretical concept. It is not an esoteric concept. For these families in Murphy's Pasture, it means that they will get to go home and not be concerned when the rain falls about the wetting of the soaking of their belongings, the flooding of their homes, Mr. President. And imagine with me the comfort that one derives from that. Imagine with me the other things that your brain can do, the ease that you can walk through the day with if you don't have to worry about whether when you get home you will have a dry place to put your head, Mr. President. The productivity that may ensue if you get to walk through the day, a rainy day, without having to think when I get home if, my bed will be wet or not. And similarly, it is not an esoteric or abstract concept for persons with disabilities to conceive of themselves as independent, to wish that they could and want to traverse our capital city independently, comfortably, and with the necessary accommodations, Mr. President. I wish to also say in that regard that the government cannot do it alone. And perhaps I will take this opportunity to implore the private sector to commit as well, to see the value in universal design, to see the value in making Bridgetown as a city, the most accessible city anywhere in the Caribbean. There's an economic value, Mr. President, and there's a human value. And very often when we talk about the economic value of things like accessible cities, we talk about them in the context of tourism. I do not. While tourism is our business and it is the country's top earner, Mr. President, and it would be fantastic to see tourists arrive and have access to the capital city easily. I think about it in the context of the people who live here, the citizens of this country, who for a long time have not benefited from infrastructure that meets their needs as people with disabilities, and for a long time have not benefited from accessible spaces, Mr. President. And let me say that I commend the government for establishing the Committee on Improving the Lives of Persons with Disabilities, and infrastructure is a signal part of the work that is being done through that committee and in the crafting of legislation and in the crafting of policy. But Mr. President, in some ways we have to change the culture of this country. We have to appreciate, away from the law and away from the policy, we have to appreciate that each member of our society has a vision for themselves, and a vision that includes independent living, that includes accessibility, and that includes equitable development, Mr. President. I want to again recognize that this is not just about those 7 families at Murphy's Pasture, Mr. President. It is about the sustainability and the resilience of our capital city. And I implore the government in its move to equitably develop the country to find the pockets of poverty, to find the pockets where people endure conditions that we struggle to imagine as people who don't live in them. To find them wherever they are and to make them better, Mr. President. I support this resolution wholeheartedly and commend the government for its continued work at making Barbados a more equitable place to live, work, and to do business. Mr. President, I'm obliged to you.
Thank you very much, Senator Boyce. Senator Minard.
Mr. President, I will be brief. Thank you. Mr. President, whenever I heard the words flooding mentioned in this chamber, I feel obliged to rise and stand and speak about flooding or potential flooding in the QEH. And it is something, Mr. President, that is a constant threat. The government has spent large sums of money dredging, expanding, and beautifying the Constitution River. I don't believe that it's being used to its full extent, except for the gentlemen who race model boats on Sunday evenings. I don't see anyone else using it. So I hope there's a big tourist plan for it. But, Mr. President, the problems of flooding in the QEH have not gone away. And we spoke time and time again about storm surge and the implications for the hospital, because it's the only tertiary care hospital that we have. And the government, under the hardest of conditions some years ago, came up with $11 million to build an extension onto the A&E department. And sadly, it's only half finished. So we're no further forward than when we started. I can speak confidently to that only the intention was to expand the A&E, and it has not been truly expanded because the older part of the building that was really refurbishment was completed has not been completed. So you only have the new part of the A&E, which is already falling apart in a lot of ways. Now, if you start wrong, you'll end wrong. The problems of flooding in this country, Mr. President, are partly, unfortunately, Murphy's Pasture might be suffering consequences of modern development and pre-existing problems with its location. But a lot of the problems of flooding in this country are directly related to some of the development that we've allowed in different places and allow people to change water courses. You've seen it on Highway 2A, where if you drive across by Bagatelle on a rainy night, you might drown because you don't know where the road ends or it begins, because some people were allowed to stop the water course and put in a few wells. Yes, if you, Madam Deputy President, if you really rack your memory, you might remember the time. I will not say when. You spent millions of dollars in the whole town. A shower fell recently, and what happened? Same problem. Unless you fix the problems upstream, the problems downstream will continue. Yes, the efforts in Murphy Pasture is just a continuation of what government wants to do. And it is doing it well and moving people away from areas where they're exposed to unnecessary risk and trying to improve the standard of their living. But the Deputy President spoke about in a very desirable way about the option of moving into a condominium, possibly in Bridgetown. But Mr. President, most of the condominiums built in this country, the normal, ordinary people like myself can't afford them. Because, Mr. President, the prices are so high, Mr. President, we can't afford them. And I listened to the Deputy President say that she wished that she could afford one. Even the Deputy President is the same problem. Because, Mr. President, there is no limit now. And it's not only the condominiums that people build privately. A few years ago, there were developments in Valerie, in Bridensill, and the Grotto. And if you look at the cost of those units, one has to ask, who were they built for? Who were they built for? The prices were absolutely ridiculous. So, on one hand, we have to ask, when government is spending the people's money to build housing units, are we really getting value for money? Are we really getting value for money? We had a little hurricane that caused lots of damage, and there were all sorts of efforts made to help people by reconstructing houses, building new houses, importing houses. And I asked, well, have people moved into the houses? What's the update on these houses? Because a lot of money's been spent. Where's the update? The money's been spent, so have people moved in? I have driven around. I have not seen a light on in any of the houses that were assembled yet. So I have to ask in this parliament, what's happened to the houses? Pardon me? I keep looking, Mr. President, at these houses that were being built, these imported houses that were supposed to improve, help people and move people in. I don't see any activity at night. I don't see lights on. So I assume there's no activity. Now, Mr. President, I want to comment on something. A few months ago, I saw a notice in the newspaper. It was a government notice, a pre-qualification notice, where it stated that contractors had to qualify to submit to be on a list of approved contractors for a new geriatric hospital. I was very happy about that because we do need one. And it was going to be built in the National Botanical Gardens. Not by the Ministry of Health, but on, I think it was is it the BTMI? It was a tourism, TTBI, and a tourism-linked organization, Mr. President. But what really disturbed Mr. President is that in this pre-qualification notice, it said that you had to have done work worth over $3 million, I think it was, or over $7 in the last 3 years. Not as a subcontractor, but as a full contractor. And I ask, how does this government, in these times, find eligible contractors, local contractors to build, who would have had $3 million in work? The Deputy President qualified it as black contractors. Thank you. I forgot to say that. Now, there are subcontractors who have done $7,000 in work, but they can't qualify. And this government has now seen to it that they still cannot qualify by putting that notice in the paper, because they were subcontractors. You had to have done the work as a primary contractor. So, Mr. President, if you're going to talk the talk, we have to walk it too. Now, Mr. President, this notion that forevermore we will have large contractors who will then subcontract the small contractors who can survive is a joke. The largest employer for the big contracts is government. Government spends the people's money that it collects as taxes. But it's interesting. I can speak personally to this because I'm aware of it. There's a large building being built in Bridgetown for a government department. The subcontractor employed on that site was offered rates for work that by the time they finished the work at each stage, from foundation, for the steel work, for the concrete which the contractor supplies, they will lose money on each stage. Mr. President, that is modern day slavery. It's a topic which you don't want to speak of, but it's called slavery. In the old days, you had to own the slave, feed the slave, clothe the slave, unless they got sick, maybe you give him some medicine too. No, you don't have to do that. That example says, the slave has to get his own house, own clothes, feed himself. But if he has to work and he loses money on the job, not because of bad management, but because the rates that you offer are subpar. In a government contract, we have to ask ourselves, how is government choosing its contractors for the jobs? Because it is modern day slavery in a different form. So when we speak about building new houses and expanding it, building 10,000 houses in a time period for people to move into, we have to ask, who's making the profit? And are the people who build these houses, are they really able to improve their standard when they get the work and build a house?
On a point of order, Mr. President, sir, I hate to interrupt the Honourable Senator, but I think that the Honourable Senator is in danger of misleading the chamber because this is a potentially very controversial and sensational matter. It is an important one. It has to be addressed. I'm concerned how it could possibly be reported because I think in the languaging of his presentation, it may have been interpreted to mean that government was complicit in the pursuit of these practices of slavery. But the reality is that when government contracts, they are not necessarily familiar with the subcontractual arrangements and therefore the prices that are being paid unless the subcontractors protest, refuse, or complain to government that they're being taken advantage of. Government could have a contract and be totally unaware that this is what has transpired. And if this is in fact what is happening, it must be addressed. But I would not want it to be recorded anywhere that government is complicit in any practice of slavery, of modern day slavery or otherwise, because I know that the Honourable Senator did not intend to infer that government is deliberately doing this.
Thank you, Senator Thompson. Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I know in no way wish to imply that the government was complicit in anything of the sort. And I thank the Deputy President for seeking early to clarify it. Mr. President, be it as it may, it is something that needs to be looked into, Mr. President, because if we are going to improve the lot of all in the country, we have to do it equitably, Mr. President. Now, Mr. President, I wish to go back a little bit to the environs in Bridgetown and flooding. I'm told there was a major flood in Bridgetown and people lost their lives in the area of the Queen's Park and Halls Road. And large sums of money has indeed been spent, as I said earlier, on the drainage. But I've not heard any formal comments. And mind you, the last section of that improvement hasn't been officially opened yet, as far as I'm aware. I might be wrong, but as far as it hasn't been officially opened. Whether the expectation is that what happened back then shall not happen and cannot happen again, I don't know if we can really give that guarantee. But in the same way that we have moved persons from, or intend to move persons from Murphy Pasture, I do not know if all the development that's happened on Halls Road is really safe. Because the flooding, from what I'm told by my late mother-in-law, came well across the road and houses floated off the foundations. And I don't know if, yes, if the works that are done will ever stop it. What I can say is that, and I hope that the QEH is protected by all the money that we've spent in doing that work. It has its own problems from construction, Mr. President, but I hope it's protected, because if it isn't, and we get a flood, and there is flooding in the QEH, it means, Mr. President, that we've gone nowhere. And the same evacuation plan we had before, when there was flooding, where the accident and emergency had to move upstairs, might well still have to be in place. And we have to remember that the world is changing. And while you might have calculated for 18 inches of sea level rise, you might get 18 feet. We saw it, Mr. President, with storm surge in Florida. And I hope it never happens in Barbados. But it can happen. So all the improvements that we're making, Mr. President, we still have to be conscious and say, but we cannot guarantee you that it will not happen. I felt absolutely pleased about the work done in Old Town. And to my horror, it still has a problem. So we have to tell the people, Mr. President, you do the work with all the engineering specs and all the advice, but there is no guarantee, and you have to be vigilant. You have to be vigilant. We can't say because we have done the work, it can't happen. You still have to be vigilant and make sure that you protect yourself. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Maynard. Senator Dr. Brathwaite.
Thank you, Mr. President, for recognizing me and giving me the opportunity to make a brief comment on the bill that has been presented to this chamber. Abraham Harold Maslow, a famous American psychologist, created the idea that we as human beings have a hierarchy of needs. From the bottom of his famous pyramid, he reasoned that we need food, shelter, and clothing. Then we need safety and security. Then we need love and a sense of belonging. And finally, we need self-esteem and self-actualization. He reasoned that the basic needs of human beings must be met at the lowest rungs of the pyramid before we can aspire to the higher needs of society and human endeavor. In the context of Maslow's theory, I believe that the basic needs of my people are for food, for shelter, for energy, and for health, before we can aspire to enjoy the higher levels of true independence and true self-actualization. If we're going to be a country that continues to be high on the Human Development Index of the United Nations system. And if we're going to continue to punch above our weight, we must provide decent shelter for the less privileged of our economy and our society. Those efforts to improve housing for the less privileged and to remove them from the scourge of poverty and poor living conditions must be applauded. I have said in a different presentation that one of our goals in this post-COVID development agenda must be the removal of poverty from our country, where we recognize that in the context of the world, in the context of developing countries, our level of poverty is relatively low when compared to many others. And according to the IDB report, it is just about 35,000 households, 35,000 individuals, 7,000 households, just about 7% of our population that is in this situation. I therefore applaud the efforts that are being made to improve housing. I support this bill as an effort to provide greater social equity in our society, to provide our people with better conditions of life, and to help us in that grand quest, in my opinion, to escape poverty in our country. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Dr. Brathwaite. Senator Dr. Moronek.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me thank all of the honorable senators in this chamber that have contributed to this debate. We've heard words of equity, decency, well-being, ensuring standard of living. Again, demonstrating the full understanding of this chamber that the resolution was much more than just about providing housing, but a clear elucidation of the nexus, Mr. President, between our sustainable development and this resolution and what the government is attempting to do. Mr. President, to respond to a couple of the concerns and queries and statements that have been made by the honourable members in respect of the debate on the resolution. I want to say to Madam Deputy Speaker that in relation to implementation, certainly this is one of the things that the government is keen to wrestle as much as possible. It is big. The notion of the implementation deficit is not something that anyone can suggest that it is going to be able to do very easily. It's always going to be a work in progress. But what the government is attempting to do is, through a compendium of different actions, seek to set structures in place to be able to exactly do the monitoring and the follow-up and set the oversight. So the government has established what are called Directorate Generals, and they exist, these DGs, in several areas. There is a DG for governance, and that is essentially, as was indicated, a supra PS that operates above all of the other PSs in order to collate, in order to give oversight to the government's agenda in relation to governance. There is a DG for the productive sector. There is a DG in relation to reform. There's a DG for the public service. Mr. President, on top of that, then we have the senior ministers as well. And the government is also intending to establish a national strategic council. And in that national strategic council, you will have the Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, the senior ministers, along as well with all of the Director Generals, who will then be able to keep track of, as we've indicated, all of the major government initiatives, be able to have better account of what is happening, and also as well be able to send signals down through the public sector in terms of when things are off track, what needs to be prioritized, and what needs to be managed better. And then this is then also buttressed by the commitment for results process, which is a whole of government performance management framework that the government is also intended to put in place. So that, well, Mr. President, I want to say that I am not at all saying that we have all of the answers in relation to addressing the issue of implementation. I do want to signal that the government does have it front of mind and is seeking to make sure that it puts the necessary processes in place. And certainly one of the things that we're also ensuring that we're going to do is to also be reflective. That is that the establishment of structures are not going to be structures because we establish them and they will stay forever. But the intent is that we will always stress test, we'll always reflect on the extent to which these mechanisms and structures will do what it is that we intend for them to do. In respect of the recommendation that we perhaps establish community liaison officers, I do want to say again that in the context of the restructuring of the welfare department, certainly that is also one of the things that when I say that is also one of the things that we're looking at. The whole notion of how do we ensure that we have a welfare system that is nimble and responsive, that it is not just about officers sitting behind a desk, but that officers are able to better interact with stakeholders, with clients, in a way that ensures that there is an actual touch point and a clear relationship. Of course, Mr. President, that exists now, but it is imperfect. So we need to deploy more officers in better ways. But the systems are working in order to be able to look at those processes and making sure that we can deploy. But certainly, Mr. President, taking on board the suggestion that we do need to ensure that we help people to transition as they have to move, as they experience that disruption, that we are able to help them to transition. Mr. President, Senator Andrele Boyce reminded us very frontally of this government's commitment to the disabled community in relation to making sure that there is provision for housing for those within the disabled community. And I want to say, as Senator Boyce also recognized, that again, this is top of mind for the government, and we see that, as was recognized as well, in the establishment of the committee that is looking to take on board recommendations and develop an action plan, not only in the context of solutions for housing, but in a whole of government framework. How do we make sure that we are responsive to the needs for inclusion? How do we make sure that at the level of our infrastructure that we are responsive? And even in the context of things like culture, because certainly we've had discussions with the committee that we are also responsive. So in the context, we are seeking to take a whole of government approach to addressing the concerns and challenges of the disabled community. And certainly we look forward to getting the report from that committee, and also as well to be working to roll out and to implement the many recommendations that we will hear forthcoming. Mr. President, Senator Maynard put some very serious considerations on the floor for us, and I want to speak just briefly to a couple of those. And perhaps the best response is Senator Maynard's own response, in that we can give no guarantees. the context of climate change is such that we can give no guarantees. The intensity, the force, the level, the speed at which we will, one, have to face the impact, but then also have to be able to respond is a challenge for the government. That's why we are negotiating. That's why we are advocating. That's why the Prime Minister is speaking so strongly, because we recognize the challenge. We recognize that it is going to be difficult, Mr. President, to respond to all of the areas, including the issues of flooding that we need to, at the pace that we need to. So that we need to be able, one, to generate resources in order to be able to answer and respond to the challenge, but also as well to call attention to the impacts that we are facing. And this is not, Senator Maynard, Mr. President, through to deny the fact that there are ongoing areas of work that needs to be attended to. I completely agree that the threat to the QEH, if we have a massive level of rainfall that produces extremely an extreme event of flooding, will have a severe implications. But I also want to acknowledge, as Senator Maynard has done, that the government is attempting to address the issue, that the government is attempting to make sure that it has the resources there, that it looks at the issue and attempts to alleviate it, Mr. President. So the work is ongoing in that respect, as it is ongoing in other areas, so that we're not always able in every single area at the same time, at the pace and the speed, again, because of the context that we are operating in. But certainly, all of the advocacy that we are doing in respect of climate change is about ensuring that we are able to address the issues, bring attention to it, and find the necessary resources. I want to remind this Honourable Chamber that it was this government who came in and said, we will wrestle to the ground the issues that were facing the South Coast, that bedeviled the previous administration. And the government made a commitment and worked assiduously in order to be able to bring some measure, some semblance of dignity to the residents of the areas and relief for the businesses. So that there is a commitment, Mr. President, in order to be able to address the concerns, the issues of flooding that is pervasive in many of our communities as well. I want to thank Senator Dr. Charleston Brathwaite again for reminding us again of that nexus of the need of individuals and people to be able to have good housing and good quality housing as being important again to their well-being and to their dignity as well. And perhaps that is a signal message, Mr. President, on which I will rest my presentation in the context of this resolution, that we ought to be all of us concerned, where we have people within our communities, where we have people within this society who still, in this day, live in conditions that are not necessarily conditions that are fit for the type of Barbados that we want, the type of Barbados that we believe we should be aiming for. And that even as the government itself attempts to provide solutions in order for those households to be alleviated, in order for those households to live with a measure of dignity, that I am hoping that as we all recognize that it is not satisfactory, then that we all recognize our shared responsibility, either as citizens, from the private sector, even from the university, to be able to provide robust research and help with solutions as well, in order that we can take an approach to this that is, again, an all-of-Barbados approach. Mr. President, I do not ask that this resolution be now passed.
The question is that this resolution do not pass. All the senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Bidding the ayes have it, this resolution is now passed. Senator Cummins.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I believe that we have had a full day and we have now come to the end of government business for the day. I beg to move that this sitting of the Senate do now be adjourned, sine die, with the expectation, Mr. President, that we will meet not next Wednesday, Independence Day, but the following Wednesday to debate. The Senate will be advised accordingly of the items on the order paper.
Senator Dr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the matter of adjournment, I rise once again to ask about the status of the question that I asked. Notice of the question was given on the 4th of May, 2022. I have heard a partial answer to the question in some places, in the media, in the other place, but I have not received an answer here. I have heard that there will be new child protection legislation introduced, and I've also heard that it will be introduced by the end of the year. I've not heard on the second part of the question, which asks whether this new legislation will repeal and replace the Juvenile Offenders Act, Cap 138, and the Reformatory and Industrial Schools Act, Cap 169.
Senator Cummins.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Now, I wish to again offer the apologies of the government side for not having yet submitted the formal response. I have seen the formal response which has been drafted by the respective ministries. I believe on the last occasion that I rose, I advised that you're actually speaking about not one, but two pieces of legislation which fall under two separate ministries. One is under the ministry with responsibility, the Minister with responsibility for people empowerment, Minister Kirk Humphrey, and the second piece as it relates to justice is under the Ministry of Home Affairs, and we expect that the written response, which has been drafted and we have seen, will be submitted very, very shortly. I hope that that is a satisfactory answer, and I want to regretfully again apologize for the delay in submission.
The question is that the Senate do now adjourn, sine die. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Before we part, let me wish everyone a happy independence. This is our last sitting before independence, and a happy first anniversary of Republic. We hope we all participate in the various activities and that we all celebrate a very important milestone in our history. Happy independence to all of you and yours. Senate stands adjourned.